On the record for day 2 of case number 2024-00354, electronic application of Duke Energy Kentucky for an adjustment of electric rates, approval of new tariffs, approval of accounting practices to establish regulatory assets and liabilities, and other approvals and relief. Okay, so applicant, if you're ready, call your next witness.
1 second. Your Honor, before we begin, I have a pre-hearing conference in another case. It's going to be remote at 10 o'clock. It should be half an hour, 45 minutes at the most.
Okay.
So I would just ask if I could be excused for between 10 and 11 or so.
You want us to take a break, or
Yeah.
you want us to just excuse you for a
Just
little bit?
excuse me.
So if you disappear, no one panic? Okay.
Yes.
I will try to time a break for 10:30 so you don't miss much. I will try.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right.
The company calls Joshua Novak, please.
Good morning, Mr. Novak. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Joshua Novak, that's N-O-W-A-K, and my business address is 293 Boston Post Road West, Suite 500, Marlborough, Massachusetts, 01752.
Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Novak, would you please state for whom you work and in what position?
Yes, I'm a vice president for Concentric Energy Advisors.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to those testimony or data requests at this time?
no, I do not.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is it your intention for that information to be entered into the record today?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Before we do that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and go off the record. We're still on the record.
Give the technical issues.
Okay. And Ms. Goud.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions? Ms. Grumman.
Yes, very briefly. Good morning, Mr. Nowak, how are you?
Good morning, how are you?
Good. Are you aware that in the company's last rate case, were you the testifying ROE witness in that 2022 case?
In the 2022 electric case, yes, I was.
And do you recall that in the commission's final order in that case, the commission rejected your risk premium model?
Actually, when it comes to the reading of that order, it was a little confusing because the order specifically rejected the predictive risk premium model, I don't use a predictive risk premium model, nor did I use one in that case.
Okay.
So it was a little unclear as to exactly what the commission was referring to in that case.
Okay,
There are other witnesses that rely on that model. That specific model is not one I rely on.
okay. Give me just a second. So when you read the commission's testimony to indicate that it was, the commission's order to indicate that it was rejecting the Duke Kentucky's use of the predictive risk premium model, you felt like the phrase predictive risk premium model was not the phrase associated with the risk premium modeling that you had used in your analysis?
The predictive risk premium model is a different model than the bond yield plus risk premium analysis that I used.
Okay, so so hypothetically, it's either that the commission made a misstatement when it described your risk premium model, or they meant to reject someone else's modeling in that case.
I'm not sure if the commission was speaking broadly with their opinion on that model. They also made reference to rejection of other adjustments in making the ROE. In my experience, it's common for the commission to speak broadly about things that they will take into effect, models that they will consider. So in that vein, it could have been a general statement about models that they would not consider in the proceeding, and adjustments that they did not consider in that case.
Okay, so then let me just ask a question. Regardless of whether we call it predictive or risk premium bond yield, whatever it is, the risk premium analysis that was performed in this case, is it the same risk premium analysis model that was performed in the company's last rate case?
Yes, but I want to be clear that the bond yield plus risk premium analysis and the predictive risk premium analysis are very different. The predictive risk premium analysis relies on a group of non-regulated utilities, and that is not something that I did. So the phrase could be misstated, but in the order, I did not read a specific rejection of the bond yield plus risk premium analysis.
But just to be clear, in your 2022 case, you only modeled one risk premium model.
No, that's
Okay.
not true either. I also used the CAPM model, which is a risk premium analysis.
I apologize. In terms of nomenclature, whether it's predictive risk premium or risk premium, I separately leave apart the DCF and the CAPM. So in terms of calling them some type of a risk premium model, right? Did you perform more than one model that had a description that included the words risk premium in it, other than the bond yield plus risk premium analysis you and I have been discussing?
Well, again, I would classify the CAPM as a risk premium model, which does have predictive elements. I mean, this is where it's a little unclear in that order, so
But I'm not 100%, I'm not talking about the order. So for now, with respect to my question, I want you to leave out the DCF and the CAPM because I'm not talking about those. Okay, so I'm excluding those from my question, okay? Other than the bond yield plus risk premium analysis, did you name any other modeling conducted in the 2022 case a risk premium other than the bond yield plus risk premium that we've been discussing?
I mean, with that narrow constraint, I only use the bond yield plus risk premium analysis. That is a risk premium analysis.
Okay, and that analysis did you use that same analysis in this case?
I use the same approach in
Okay.
both cases.
So, in the course of your rebuttal testimony, I know that you respond to some of the statements from Walmart witness Lisa Perry.
Yes.
And I think you state, in your rebuttal at page 26, that, you and Ms. Perry use similar data, that the data in your figure 1 is comparable to her data used from the Regulatory Research Associates, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so you don't dispute the ROE results that Ms. Perry reported in her testimony?
I don't dispute the ROE results themselves.
Okay.
I dispute the relevance of those viewed in isolation without the context of the capital market conditions in which they were authorized, and looking at any specific case as opposed to looking at the cases in aggregate.
Okay. But do you agree, do you have a copy of Ms. Perry's testimony in front of you?
I do.
And I marked it yesterday as Walmart 2. I didn't move to admit it, but I'm going to just direct you to page 12 of her testimony.
Yes, I'm there.
Do you agree with the circled number there that if the 10.85% were awarded to Duke Energy Kentucky, that it would be the second highest awarded ROE from 2022 to January 8, 2025, which was the operable date of Ms. Perry's analysis?
I would agree for state utilities. There are some authorizations at FERC that would be higher, but that's not a state utility. But again, this is very limited information because this is very much a historical analysis, and investors are much more concerned with prospective conditions. And many of these cases were authorized, in fact, because it ends in 2024. This doesn't really reflect the capital market conditions going forward. I mean, what we've seen is a substantial increase in interest rates over this period, and an expectation for a continued elevated interest rate environment going forward.
Have you participated in any cases with respect to the ROE in 2025 other than this case?
I've participated in cases. I've submitted testimony in 2025, and there are cases that began in 2024 that are still in the process of being litigated.
So have you seen any decisions where you have been participating, where commissions have been awarding ROEs in or around the high tens for a vertically integrated utility?
I have not been involved in a case that I can recall that has had an authorization within the last 5 months.
And you agree that all of the state commissions where you offer testimony, they are all guided by the Hope and Bluefield standards as you are with respect to your testimony in this case?
Yes.
And so those commissions are issuing decisions that you assume they believe are consistent with Hope and Bluefield?
Yes, because they're considering the information that they have available on the record at the time of the order.
Thank you, Mr. Nowak. Those are all the questions that I have.
And staff.
No questions from staff.
Okay, Commissioner Ray.
Good morning. Just one, I'm looking at page 21 of your testimony, line number 8, which talks about the Fitch ratings points to the capital spending, elevated interest rates, high fuel prices, creating cost pressures, leading to a deteriorating outlook on the utilities sector.
I'm sorry, what page is that?
Page 21 on your direct,
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my.
that's okay.
I apologize.
Sorry, I should have let you get
All right, sorry, I'm there now. 21,
there. Line number 8.
yes.
Do you still stand by that as we move forward in this marketplace with the market the way it is today with the tariffs and the bonds, and do you see that getting worse based on your experience or better?
Yeah, so I think it's important to put in context, I mean, this statement was made, my direct testimony, and that was filed in December, based on market data updated through October 31st, excuse me, 2024. A rebuttal analysis was filed in, I believe it was April 9th, but again relied on market data through March 31st, 2025. And I think to some degree we have to talk about what happened after March 31st.
Right.
In particular, April and May. So I think it's important to view my recommendation in the context of the capital market conditions at that time. Everything was based on that period prior to volatility. You know, I thought Mr. Baudino actually had a pretty good summary of expectations at that time, and I should say his analysis was, I believe, through January 31st. So again, prior to that period. And bear with me for one moment. He had a nice summary of sort of expectations. He was looking at a survey from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, and he described that on page 10 and 11 of his testimony. It sort of had, it discussed how inflation was expected to be normalized, unemployment rate was within range, and GDP was showing modest growth. Now, I raise all that to say that all of the analyses are really prior to these more volatile conditions. So we only really have 2 months so far in what we've seen. We have seen a couple significant events that do give me some concern about continued upward pressure on the cost of capital. In particular, in April, we saw the VIX, which both Mr. Baudino and I cite. It's It looks at options on the S&P 500 and is effectively looking for 30 days in the future expected volatility. Historically, the VIX index itself is in the range of about 15. And to just give you a sense of the range, during the period of COVID and financial crisis in 2008, 2009, the VIX went as high as 80. So around 15 to 20 is sort of the normal range, and then beyond that is higher. It reached a level of 50 around April 8th, April 9th, and that's a significant deviation from the norm. That is a 99th percentile observation. Granted, it has come back down since then, but it is still above its long-term average. So, you know, I would go to, I quoted Chairman Powell's statement in my rebuttal testimony, where he indicated that, you know, inflation is a primary concern to Chairman Powell, and I quoted on page 11 of my rebuttal, beginning line 11, Federal Reserve Chair Powell described, in reference to the tariffs, as having significantly larger than expected effects, shifting his view that inflation could be transitory to the possibility that the effects could be more persistent. So I still think we're in that phase where we're trying to figure out, is this going to be transitory? Is this going to be resolved? But it has injected a whole lot of uncertainty into the markets. And equity investors do not appreciate this uncertainty, and that's when we see the level of the VIX rise. And to me, the more telling thing, and what gives me more concern, is what's happening with interest rates. The 30-year Treasury yield was over 5% yesterday. 5% is significant. And it's been trending higher all along this year. Last year, the average was 4.41% over the entire year. To date, well, actually through the end of April, the average was 4.71%, so up 30 basis points. And we're seeing levels in May. The range has been 4.74% to 5.08% yesterday. And you know, I spoke earlier somewhat about the importance of looking at authorized ROEs in the context of the capital market conditions we're looking at. I have an analysis, the bond yield plus risk premium analysis. And I'm not going to talk about the analysis itself, but that analysis depends on a summary of authorized returns and interest rates at the time of those authorizations. So putting the analysis itself aside and just looking at the raw data that I used to look at that analysis, I would refer to attachment JCN 7 of my direct testimony. And it has going from 1992 to the present, it's looking at the yields on the US government 30-year bond and the quarterly average of authorized electric ROEs for vertically integrated electric utilities like Duke Energy Kentucky. And what you can see is, I mean, effectively, we've been in until really 2023, we've been in a declining interest rate environment going back to the Great Recession. To look at when interest rates, particularly the 30-year bond, was last in that 5% range, authorized ROEs at that time were, you really have to go back to 2004 to 2006. And at that time, the range of authorized returns was in that about 10.35 to 11.24% range. So, you know, while my analysis largely preceded this, and you know, there are some effects that could be transitory if the full effects of inflation aren't as bad as some expect. But if we are heading that direction, it's certainly going to put upward pressure on the cost of capital, especially for capital-intensive companies like Duke Energy Kentucky.
Right.
They're very sensitive to interest rates.
Okay, thank you. That's all I
Don't think I have any questions at this point. Redirect.
No redirect, thank you.
Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Counsel, call the next witness.
We'll be doing just a quick council change now. Thank you.
Your Honor, Duke Energy Ohio would like, Kentucky, sorry, Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Claire Hudson to the stand.
I don't know how forgivable that is, but.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Ms. Hudson, if you would raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Counsel, you may ask.
Ms. Hudson, could you please give your title?
I am the manager of financial forecasting for Duke Energy Kentucky and Duke Energy Ohio electric and gas utilities.
Thank you. And did you cause testimony and rebuttal testimony and responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to those today?
I do not.
And if asked those questions again this morning, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intent that the testimony, the rebuttal testimony, and the responses be admitted into the record for this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
Ms. Go.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Hudson. Is it your understanding that Mr. Futrall recommends that Duke Kentucky's PJM Network Integrated Transmission Service Fees, or NITS, fees be calculated by using the 2024 actual NITS fees, then escalating that amount by 8.1% each year to determine the 2025 and 2026 projected amounts?
I'm familiar with the estimates that he provided.
Can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony, page 5, lines 4 through 15, and let me know when you're there?
Okay.
Okay, can you please read lines 4 through 15 into the record?
Yes. Does the company agree with Mr. Futrall's recommendation regarding PJM NITS fees? Please explain. No. While the company does not dispute Mr. Futrall's recommendation, it is important to acknowledge that at the time of the filing, a full year of 2024 actuals was not available. The company believes its method of calculating the escalation of the PJM NITS fees was and is reasonable based on the available information at the time the company prepared its application in this proceeding. Nonetheless, the company acknowledges that the method employed by Mr. Futrall produces another estimate of the fees in question, and if adopted by the commission, would produce a reduction to the company's revenue requirement of approximately $2.292 million as calculated by Mr. Futrall.
So based on this portion of the rebuttal testimony, is it fair to state that you find Mr. Futrall's recommendation as to the PJM NITS fees reasonable?
I believe that his calculation is one of the ways that you can estimate PJM NITS fees, so it would be reasonable based on his calculation. I would like to note that, as this states, at the time of our recommendation, we did not have a full year of 2024 actuals with which to base our estimates on.
But you do have the 2024 actual PJM NITS fees now, correct?
That's correct.
And by using the actual PJM NITS fees and then escalating by the 8.1% each year that we just discussed, it would reduce Duke Kentucky's rate increase by a little over approximately 2.3 million, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Bay?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Groneman?
No question.
Staff?
We just had just a couple questions. Could you refer to your schedule, B 5.1?
Yes.
And could you explain whether limestone is included in the other working capital in that schedule?
Are we looking at page 1 of 5.1?
My apologies, I was trying to bring that up and I couldn't get it pulled up, but do you know where limestone costs are included on that schedule?
I don't specifically know if these include limestone or not. I will say that the limestone project is not scheduled to go into service within the test period of this case. And then also limestone costs are recovered outside of this base rate case. So I don't know specifically in this schedule, but I can get that information for you to whether it is or is not included.
I will just do a post-hearing data.
That's fine,
request
we can do
if
that.
that's good. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Commissioner?
I don't have any.
No, I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Ms. Hudson, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Jacob S. Cawley to the stand.
Morning, Mr. Kelly, how you doing? Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Jacob Colley. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Okay, counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cawley, could you give your title with the company, please?
Yes, my title is Director of Customer Regulatory.
Thank you. And did you cause testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to those?
I do not.
And if asked those questions again today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And is it your intent that those responses and the testimony and the rebuttal testimony be admitted into the record for this proceeding?
It is my intent.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cawley. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Gould.
No questions.
Mr. Bain.
No questions, thank you.
No questions.
Staff.
Yes, I have questions, please. Mr. Colley, good morning. I have a few questions relating to Duke Kentucky's request to expand its fee-free payment option for all of its card-paying customers. Could you explain generally what the driving factors were or are for Duke Kentucky behind this request?
I can. We discussed this in some of our discovery as well as in my direct and rebuttal testimonies. But the primary factors are around our customer experience and continue to improve that experience for all customers and particularly our vulnerable and low-income customers that we talked about in testimony. This is a primary frustration that we hear from our customers around the opportunities to pay with a card, so that means debit, prepaid, or credit cards. This channel really is an expectation of our customers to be able to utilize this in a free manner, and we continue to hear about that in our surveying that happens each year. We also were able to conduct some of the analysis to see what types of payments that our vulnerable customers really rely on. And one of those is our card payment channel. They use that at a higher rate than our typical population when you isolate the two. And it's something that customers that struggle with access to maybe traditional banking rely on those types of channels, our walk-in stations as well as our electronic options. And cards are a way to really navigate within that outside of a traditional banking model.
Is there any scenario that you can think of that this would actually save ratepayers money?
Save money in what sense?
Is there a scenario where their average bill would not go up if the commission granted this request?
It is an increase to our revenue requirement as we pro forma that. It's a cost that's not included in rates today. It is a fee that is directly charged by our payment processor at the point of transaction. So would it increase rates? I mean, that is the proposal. Would it save customers money? This channel would be free and it would be socialized. So, that just depends on the customer. Customers that are maybe have some already financial struggles, this could save them money, yes, because they are they are paying the fee right now, and then this would be an opportunity for them to have this as a fee-free option at the transaction point.
And so it's my understanding that this is estimated to cost approximately $319,000 or $321,000 annually?
Yes, that is what I recall in testimony.
And if the commission granted this request, do you know how much, or what the effect would be on the average residential customer's bill? Or could you provide that in a post-hearing
I
data
don't
request?
have that at the $300,000 level. I'm not.
Okay,
That's not an analysis that I would have conducted.
okay, I think we'll ask for that in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
We just want to see how the average person would be affected by this.
Sure, thank you.
Is a similar fee-free structure or initiative in place with any other Duke entity?
It is.
Okay, and is that a success story? Have people generally been happy, mixed bag?
From a customer feedback, the number of frustrations that we hear around payment options for the card channel is definitely declined. They could have a frustration on another topic within the channel from an experience standpoint, but not related to the fee. Definitely a success story in that regard.
If the commission granted the program, it's my understanding from your testimony that Duke recently negotiated down the transaction cost from $1.50 to $1.25.
That's correct.
Would or could Duke Kentucky renegotiate again if the commission granted the request to lower that amount since more people would have access to it?
We are continually working with our vendors in all aspects of the company to minimize the impact to expenses that customers would benefit from. As for the timing of a new contract renegotiation, the $1.25 is, from my understanding, I don't have an analysis, but my understanding from just general discussions is that we are one of the lowest already from a processing cost standpoint. So how much lower it could go, I'm not exactly sure, but that we continue to look at opportunities to reduce cost impact to our company and to our customers.
Okay. If the commission granted I'll call it the initiative because it's fee-free in my head, but if the commission granted the request, is it possible for Duke to track any reductions in uncollectible accounts expense, paper check processing expense, and collections expense due to removing the convenience fees from the card payments?
There was a list there. Uncollectible, what were the other?
Uncollectible accounts expense, paper check processing expense, and collections expense.
The uncollectible portion would be much more difficult to pinpoint because there's so many other factors that go into a customer moving through the collection timeline to hitting uncollectibles. We understand what methods our customers use to pay, but tying that directly to uncollectibles would be very much a difficult thing to estimate. And the other two, you said paper check processing
and collections.
Collections costs overall expense. I would kind of lump that again with uncollectibles. There's a number of reasons customers move down the collections timeline that are unaffiliated with the payments that the payment channel that they utilize. We would hope that making fee-free options more accessible would improve that, but calculating it and analyzing it is incredibly difficult. The channel switching is what I'll call it, from switching from a paper check to the fee-free card payment channel. We could look at historically how customers have paid and if they have switched. That's something that could probably be more one-for-one analyzed. So it could potentially be done a little bit more easily, but I would need to talk with our teams that would dig into that data to understand that difficulty a little bit more.
Okay. Could you provide the per transaction cost and total test year expense to process residential customer payments through check, money order, cash, automated bank drafts, and electric fund transfers in a post-hearing data request?
A per transaction cost?
Uh-huh.
Recall a similar discovery request on that, on a topic similar to that.
I didn't see it in the record, but if it's in
Yeah,
there,
that's, let me, I think we gave an estimate of that. We can review it if it needs to be a little bit different. Certainly happy to support that. An AG request 125, Part C. It focuses on the costs around auto pay and one-time electronic bank draft. I don't believe that there is the costs related to paper checks. So that would be a new request.
Okay, we'll ask
You
about
can
that.
evaluate that and determine. We're happy to help
Okay.
with whatever's needed.
Great. And so my final question, and putting oneself in the shoes of a Kentuckian who is a non-card paying person, what would Duke Kentucky's response be if they were to raise a complaint about paying for someone else's card paying fee, which they're choosing to use a card to pay?
This would be available to all customers. We think that the convenience of immediate payment is a benefit for all customers. The preference is very important. We want to provide choices to our customers to make their payment, and most customers have probably some card, debit, credit, or prepaid card that they have access to that they could utilize, and we want to make that available. If customers want to continue to pay by check, we're continuing to offer that as a free option for them. If they want to do, continue with auto payment or a bank draft, that is, continue. We're not making any changes to how they are currently able to pay. So we're just providing more options. Should their needs change in the future, this will be available to them. Should they realize that this may be more convenient for how they want to manage their month-to-month expenses, this will be a free option that's available to them. So I think it's expanding the options that would be available to a customer that may not be paying in that manner now, but in the future they have a different need or different convenience need. This would be available to them, and so it's something that we feel is a very balanced benefit for all customers, whether they choose to utilize the channel, or they choose to utilize another free channel.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning.
Thank you, Dwayne.
How many locations are there for walk-in service?
I believe
in
it's
Kentucky?
16.
16.
Overall, there's, I believe, north of 50 options to walk in and make a payment. Some of those are fee-based, like the receiver would charge a small fee. And then we have the locations that are free of charge for walk-in at the 16 Northern Kentucky Kroger locations.
That's right, Kroger, okay. And I don't know if you know this off the top of your head. Do you know the percentages of walk-ins versus online payments?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but walk-in payments are somewhere around 2,500 to payments per month. And so it's a very small percentage if you look at that from a total customer standpoint. So less than 5% typically are in the walk-in, go to walk-in locations.
Do you see that continuing to decrease?
It's stayed relatively flat
Flat.
over the last few years,
Okay.
for walk-in locations, just it's not a, utilized channel, and certainly not as frequently as any types of digital or electronic payments. Those continue to grow, the migration from check traditionally or historical into the digital channels, whether that's through a traditional bank account or through the utilization of a card, a debit card or prepaid card or credit card.
Okay, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Over 50 locations, but 16 are free.
Yes, I can validate that. We provided that in some discovery, so I want to make sure that is correct. I don't remember which number that was, but that was,
I'm okay with assuming it's
Yeah.
about 16 and.
yeah,
and you
16
can
in
correct
person,
me.
then over 50 total in Kentucky, yeah.
Okay, but 16 would be like not a Kroger location, so probably free.
Well, 16 would be the Kroger locations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the free locations are the Kroger locations.
Okay.
The other locations would be available for a fee, I believe it's a $2 fee for customers to make a payment at that location,
Okay.
and immediately applies to their account. If there's, many customers that use walk-in pay many of their bills at a
Like a 7-Eleven?
like a 7-Eleven that has a Western Union, or Check Free Pay is,
Gotcha.
Kroger uses a vendor through, it's called Check Free Pay, and that's their payment, but they also work with a 7-Elevens or other convenient locations that many customers will go and get money orders or make other, payments at those facilities.
Have you tracked customer preferences for, like, whether more people are choosing to do it at the free locations, or do they tend to just do it where it's convenient? Like an ATM?
I have not looked at that directly. Kroger is definitely one of the most popular locations just in general for
Yeah.
customers to make their payments. This was before they were free. We were always, the vendor works with Kroger, and so we made those free locations because they're scattered about the territory, and we feel like was the most convenient way to make it widely available. But it's always been one of the more popular receivers of payments, just because that's where,
Gotcha.
customers are at on a weekly basis. Yeah.
And already those costs, whatever the costs are to do for having these in-person locations, are socialized among your customers.
Yes, however, as part of this vendor we use throughout the Duke enterprise, and in one of our discovery responses, we responded to this. We were able to work with the vendor that is in the locations, and there was no incremental cost to adding those locations. Through our vendor negotiations, we were able to work with those, and they agreed to making those locations and not adding any incremental processing costs that would come back to the company and then socialized.
So for the less than 5% of customers who want to use those, we have socialized whatever costs there are. And then for the other 95% is what we're talking about now for the card fees.
No, card fees would only apply to the customers that use that. Another 95% would be, if you mail in a check.
Oh,
there's
okay.
That's socialized, any
I
costs.
misunderstood. What percentage are credit cards then? If you-
I don't think I have that in front of me.
That's
So the card payment fee is, so I can tell you so the percentage through the card payment fee, if you're asking for that specifically, most of the cards that are processed are debit cards. Credit cards are not the
Yeah, and I don't want to distinguish between the two. I
Okay.
was just using credit cards.
Okay, yeah, so but the mix between each of the payments types we could provide that to between walk and
It's okay if
payment.
you don't already know, I don't want you to go.
Yeah, no, it's
Expensive
readily
to go.
available, it's just not something that I have logged in memory, I should say.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have. Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? All right, thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
we're moving a little bit faster than I anticipated this morning, which is great. But I just wanted to, I'm gonna leave in about 10 minutes and hopefully it'll be very quick, but,
You want to go first?
I don't have any cross for this witness. I was just wanted to give you a heads up that Mr. Sailors is the witness that I'd want to cross. So if we could, if he gets up during that time, if we could hold him for a few minutes, that would be appreciated.
Do you have any objection to that for the applicant, Mr.
Yeah. I think I'd want to be here for it, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sure. We'll try to do that for you. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. For our next witness, we call John Spanos.
Mr. Spanos, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
John J. Spanos, 300 Sterling Parkway, Mechanicsburg, PA 17050.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Spanos. Would you please state your title for the record?
I am president of Gannett Fleming Valuation Rate Consultants, LLC.
Thank you. And did you cause to file testimony, rebuttal testimony, in responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any changes or corrections to any of that information?
No, I do not.
And did you also prepare and sponsor the company's depreciation study in this case?
Yes, I did.
And again, do you have any changes or corrections there?
No, I do not.
So if you were asked all of those questions again today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is it your intent that all of that information be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Gall.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Wade.
No questions, thank you.
Cameron.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
We had just a few questions. In your rebuttal testimony, you were criticizing Mr. Collins' testimony regarding the net salvage value, and particularly that he removed the net salvage value for East Bend and Woodsdale units, but also for the solar generating units. And I know you had objections to all of those, but I know you highlighted the solar units, I think because of, in part, the basis that was given for removing the net salvage value. And I don't know if you are the proper witness for this or if it would be Ms. Steinkol or perhaps another Duke witness, but without, indicating, one way, just so this is in the record, would it be possible to have the effect on the depreciation expense and the other aspects of the revenue requirement of simply including the net salvage value for the solar generating units, effectively removing the salvage value for Woodsdale and East Bend, but keeping in your salvage value for the solar generating units? Is that something that would be difficult to produce as opposed to hearing data requests in your mind, or would it be something that would be relatively easy to produce?
I'm not sure I understand the question. There is first make sure we're talking in the same terms. There's an interim net salvage component and a terminal net salvage component for all those facilities, East Bend, Woodsdale, and the solar facilities that are included in the depreciation study, and that is to recover the full service value of the assets. I believe the challenge in the case is that Mr. Collins does not agree with terminal net salvage for any of those, and I believe under based on some of the rules that have happened, currently the solar does still have the terminal net salvage component within the depreciation rates. So does that
Okay.
get to all your questions as to why my rebuttal is the way it is written?
I guess sort of, your initial calculation included the terminal net salvage for both the fossil fuel generating and the solar, is that correct?
It includes the terminal net salvage or weighted net salvage for all generating facilities.
Okay. And my understanding was Mr. Collin recommended removing the terminal net salvage for both the fossil fuel units and the solar generating units, is that correct?
Yes,
And that his calculation includes the removal of both the terminal net salvage for both the fossil fuel units and the solar, correct?
it does.
And perhaps I missed it in your rebuttal. Did your rebuttal or Duke's rebuttal contain a calculation that reflected simply the removal of the terminal net salvage for the fossil fuel units and not the solar units? I know you disagree completely with it, so you really probably wouldn't have done that. But what my question was, could we get a calculation that showed the revenue requirement effect of removing the terminal net salvage of just the fossil fuel units? Would that be something that would be difficult to produce?
I believe I have provided that as a data request in this case.
Okay. In response to the AGs?
I think, let me just look to see what I have here.
Your Honor, if I may, Ms. Lawler's rebuttal testimony includes that calculation.
Is that just information for your witness or for Mr. Bellamy?
My apologies, I
No worries.
missed that. In that case, I actually do not have any other questions, so thank you.
Okay. I'm seeing that. Commissioner Reagan. I don't have questions for you, Rod.
Okay.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
That's, any reason this witness couldn't be excused then? Thank you. And we had, I offered to sort of take a break around 10, so I think might as well do that so that we can at least give 15 minutes while Mr. Bame is not here. We won't miss as much.
Your Honor, I can tell you that the next witness that he may have cross for is Zilkowski. He does not have cross for Lisa Steinkel, who is next. I don't know if that makes any difference to when you break, but he told me that he may have cross for witnesses Zilkowski, and then he does definitely have cross for witness Salyers.
I think it would just be handy and polite to go ahead and give a 15-minute break now, and we will come back at 10 after 10. And case number 2024-00354, and we have a new witness.
Good morning, Duke Energy Kentucky calls Lisa Stein.
Good morning. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Lisa Steinville, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Counsel.
And Ms. Steinkohl, can you please state your position with the company?
Director of Rates and Regulatory Planning.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct, rebuttal, and responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of that information?
I have one correction, and it's on a data request. It is AGDR 01060, and it's in the second paragraph, about 4 lines down, where I say Schedule B-2.23. That should be Schedule B-3.2. And 2 more lines down, it says Schedule B-2.3. That should be B-3.2.
Do you have any other corrections to your testimony or your data requests?
No, I do not.
Other than that correction, if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is it your intention that your testimony and all of those data request responses be admitted into the record in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
This witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Office of Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Steinkohl, is it accurate that in your rebuttal testimony you state that there are 2 adjustments that the Attorney General's witness, Mr. Futrall, recommends, which the company is willing to accept?
Yes, it is.
And the first adjustment made by Mr. Randy Futrall that Duke Kentucky accepts is the company's errors in the calculation of cash working capital. Is that correct?
That is.
And by accepting that specific adjustment, it would reduce Duke Kentucky's requested revenue requirement by $5,000. Is that correct?
Yes, it would.
And the second adjustment made that the company is willing to accept concerns an error as to the amortization of the DEB's excess accumulated deferred income taxes as a result of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that that specific adjustment to the EDIT reduces Duke Kentucky's requested revenue requirement by $17,000?
Yes.
And after those 2 errors have been accepted, is it correct that Duke Kentucky's revised requested revenue increase is $69,986,788?
Yes, it is.
Chair, even though that represents a small reduction, the Attorney General's office will ask in a post-hearing data request for the company to provide the updated information, including the current rates, proposed rates, how that affects the average residential customer's bill, things like that. And with that, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Day.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Prim.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
Yes, we did have a few questions. You responded to the Attorney General's witness. He had recommended that essentially that the commission count as cash working capital, or I'm sorry, that the commission accept as zero cost capital the delay between the time that vendors are that vendors bill the company and that the company then pays vendors for construction work. And I believe in part your response was that that would be inappropriate because construction work in progress is not included in rate base. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I guess firstly, the vendor bills that you're talking about, are all of those capitalized as construction work in progress and eventually put into plant and service?
Yes,
Or,
yes, QUIP rolls into plant and service when it's placed in service, the asset's placed in service.
and I understand that. I guess the vendor bills that we're talking about though, for construction, and I know for construction to me would indicate that it is a capital expense that's going to be capitalized in QUIP and then go into plant and service, but I guess potentially there could be some O&M mixed in there, but to your knowledge, do those invoices represent amounts that will ultimately capitalize in full, or are they a mix of the two?
So anything that's reported to QUIP is capitalized, so any vendor invoices that get put into that account in QUIP are capitalized invoices.
Okay. And I'm not necessarily referring to the amounts that go into QUIP, but the invoices that the Attorney General's witness referred to with respect to where there's a delay between billing and payment. Do 100% of those invoices get capitalized, or do a portion of them go to operation and maintenance expense?
So an invoice is split at the time that it is recorded, either to a capital account if it's capital, or it goes to O&M if it's an O&M expense.
And in your response, you said that there's no QUIP, so there would be no reason to account for that zero cost capital. Was there an analysis done to look at whether or not those invoices that the Attorney General's witness was referring to, that 100% of that was being capitalized and going into QUIP?
So the invoices that we were referring to go to one specific, or one general accounts payable account. So there is no analysis, because we cannot break out that payable account into whether it's QUIP or other payables. What Mr. Collin did was he took a 13-month average of our QUIP balances and proxied that as the accounts payable for the QUIP invoices you're referring to.
Okay. So you're saying he used the QUIP to, as a proxy for the outstanding amount of those invoices? Yes. Okay. Does the company use AFUDC when calculating, or does the company accrue AFUDC on its construction work in progress before it puts it into rate base?
Yes, it does.
Okay. How does it calculate the AFUDC? Does it do that on a monthly basis?
So my high-level understanding of the capital guidelines for AFUDC is it is recorded when the capital expenditures are paid. It is accrued at that point in time into the QUIP balance.
When the capital expenditures are paid, you mean the interest that would be reflected as AFUDC begins to accrue as soon as the capital expenditures are paid?
When they are paid, not when the invoice is received.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that. I apologize, I was eliminating a few questions here. Were you here, there were some questions about its schedule, the red line tariffs that Duke had filed. They were filed as part of volume 12, and I apologize, I'm pulling it up here. I believe it's Schedule L 2.2, page 74 is where it starts.
Yes, I was here.
Okay. Do you have those available?
Yes, I do.
And I'm looking at page 74, really. See, in 2A, it defines fuel costs. It says fossil fuel consumed in the company's plants plus the cost of fuel which would have been used in plants suffering forced generation or transmission outages, but less the cost of fuel related to the subsequent generation. And then plus, and it goes down. And the first, at least 3, and I think maybe 4 of those are almost word for word from the
They're from the, yes, the regs.
the regulation, correct?
Mhm.
And then E is where it sort of, at least the language itself starts to be slightly different than what's in the regulation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the native portion of the fuel costs, and there was testimony yesterday that, Duke is both sells all of its energy into the PJM market and then is then charged for the energy that it purchases from the PJM market, almost as if it's purchasing its own energy from the PJM market. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And the cost of selling it in is essentially hedges against the cost of purchasing it back, is that?
Yeah, yeah.
Or Duke's native generation acts as a hedge against prices in the energy market because you're always selling in at the price of energy, even if you're purchasing it back.
Right, I mean, there's different LMP prices for the generation cell nodes and and where we buy the load, yes.
So I guess my question with the native portion of the fuel costs, you know, traditionally, outside of PJM market, under 2A, you know, a utility might report their actual cost of fuel used, and that would be included in that point. And then, but if you did that, and then you also were paying, I guess, the PJM billing line items, how do you account for, so there's not a double payment there?
Yeah, so the fuel in the FAC clause is actually the fuel consumed, the coal consumed at the plant, so that's the fuel. Where the generation sell into the market and the load buy from PJM, that ultimately basically calculates your purchase power and any off-system sales you have. So in a particular hour, if you sell more generation to PJM and you buy back less power from there, you have that margin of off-system sales. So, and then in another hour where if you generated 200 megawatts, but you had load of 300, that 100 megawatts is costed out. That's the purchase power piece that goes into the FAC. So you got the purchase power and you got the coal consumed at the plant at the weighted average cost of the coal price.
So this Part E, the native portion of the fuel-related cost, if you're, I guess my understanding was that was the cost related to energy that's consumed by Duke Kentucky customers. Is that your understanding?
So the fuel-related costs there are, because we're in PJM, there, we get charged these charges and credits for all these BLIs here. And they are for charges and credits that would have been, if we were a fully integrated utility, not in an RTO, they would be basically where we had to ramp up the system or ramp up and burn more fuel. But because we can depend on maybe other generators within the PJM network, we may get these charges. So it is like a fuel charge, but we didn't have to actually burn the coal in our system. I mean, some of this probably would have been better for SWES, but that is my understanding of these.
Okay, so these, and maybe this is better for SWES, maybe I could do it as a post-hearing, but do these billing line items include the cost of the actual energy that you're purchasing from the PJM market?
No, the actual energy we're purchasing are in like the 1200. There's a set, like 1200, I'd have to look at. So we did a data response on, where we listed all of the PJM, all the costs that ran through the PSM. So I'm going to refer to that because the PSM fuel ones are just for the off-system sales. The same type of idea runs through the FAC. So the off-system sales were like 1200, 1205, 1210, 1215, 1220, 1225, which are not in that list there, right? Because that is, those BLIs represent the energy we bought from PJM that is purchase power.
What were those numbers you said again?
Yes, sure. 1200, 1205, 1210, 1215, 1220, and 1225. And then there's corresponding reconciliation codes, the 1400, 1410, and 1420. So it's spot market energy, transmission congestion, and transmission losses. Now there is, in the 1200, in the spot market energy, PJM nets all the generation that we sold into the market and all the load we bought back. So there's not a separate BLI for the generation sold and the purchase bought back. It's all netted in the 1200.
Okay. I'm looking at and maybe we can look at the billing items more closely, but I'm looking at in E there on the fuel adjustment at 1210 and 1215 are included there.
Okay, so then the 1,200 is where we've actually, the 1210 and 1220 are congestion and losses. The 1,200 is actually the energy market, or where the generation's selling and we're buying back.
And then 1210 and 1215 are?
Transmission congestion,
Okay.
and then 1220 and 1225 are transmission losses.
So I guess your position is that none of these billing line items include the actual cost of energy sold in or purchased from PJM?
And E?
Yes.
Well, if 1,200 and 1,205, those are the ones where we're actually selling and buying.
Okay.
And it's in our purchase power line on our FAC.
Okay. And I understand, I guess this had come up 2 years ago, there was some testimony about that.
Well, actually, it was 2017, was the last time we did this.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do you know the case number that was?
It was the rate case, 2017-321. That was the first time we included any PJM VLIs other than the purchase power piece. And in that case, we also supplied attachments of stuff where we had worked with EKPC and Kentucky Power, because they're all in an RTO also, and worked through all these billing line items to try to get a good understanding of which ones we all thought were fuel-related and non-fuel related.
Okay. Thank you for that. You're just trying to just locate the questions here. I just wanted to talk about on pages 7 and 8 of your rebuttal testimony. Talk about using electric only, gas and electric only, and then gas only. Can you clarify just whether the electric only uncollectible expense included combination customers, or was that just electric only, like no gas?
So when we provided the 2024,
Yes.
so it would be, it's not just electric only that they didn't get gas. It's anybody that got electric delivered to them at electric service. So it would include the combo, and if we had any electric only customers.
Okay. Do you know if Duke Kentucky also uses the total company uncollectible expense factor in its current gas rates?
They do. Oh, I'm sorry, let me back up a second. In the current gas rates?
Yes.
So in the current gas rates that are in effect today, the sale of receivable program was still effective. So we used the discount components of the sale of receivable program at that time.
Okay.
So it was in total because we didn't break out those pieces. So we looked at it in totality. We took a total.
Okay. Can you explain how uncollectible expense for combination customers are allocated between divisions?
That probably would have been a better question for Ms. Weatherston.
Or I guess, are they at this point?
So the uncollectible expense, there is an uncollectible expense that is booked now currently starting in 2024 between electric and gas. There's an allocation or some way to differentiate that piece.
Okay. And was that allocation applied in this case?
So the uncollectible expense that we include in the revenue requirement is taking the uncollectible factor and multiplying it by the revenues in this particular case. And then we do a pro forma adjustment to adjust what was in the forecast period to that amount that we have calculated that we want in the revenue requirement.
But I guess when you say electric only was, and you said the electric only includes customers that were electric only and customers that were electric and gas, was the electric only portion of the electric and gas customers allocated in the way that you described?
In the revenue requirement?
When using you had to come up with some uncollectible expense that then you used to calculate the revenue requirement amount, is that correct?
So, yes, and so how we calculated that, we took only electric revenues that are in this case.
Yeah.
And then we applied the uncollectible factor of the gas and electric total uncollectible factor to the electric revenues.
Okay. As a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide the total customer count for electric only, gas only, and combination customers in 2024?
Yes, I can.
Would you also be able to provide the gas only uncollectible rate, meaning just for customers that are gas only?
For 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't have any other questions. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Evans? Good morning.
Good morning.
In your testimony or rebuttal, you talked about the D&O insurance, compensation for board, and investor relations expenses being beneficial to customers. Could you describe for me what you mean by investor relations expenses?
So we have a department for investor relations, so we have some employees, and they are the liaisons to the investors, regarding rating agencies and things like that. So it's the expenses associated with these employees and their department.
Okay, and what sort of liaisons are these? Are these junkets and outings or dinners?
Oh, no. They travel and they meet with the investors and discuss, where we're at. The rating agencies, they talk to them.
Not whining and dining.
They're not, as far as I know, they're not whining and dining.
Customers question things like that.
Mhm.
And I guess the benefit to customers is the lower rates that you hope to achieve.
Yes, they work with the rating agencies, they try to, ease them and that we were a good investment, so we get to access capital that way, it lowers our rate, the rate we have to maybe borrow against for that, so.
Redirect?
Just briefly. Ms. Steinfeld, when you were just talking with the chair about the investor relations expense, do you remember that? Are there any costs included in investor relation expense related to certain filings that are required?
I don't know for sure, but I do not know what's included in that.
I believe your rebuttal testimony addresses some
Okay.
certain filings. One other question for you. Do you remember questions from commission staff about the company's calculation of AFUDC?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain how the company's calculation of AFUDC relates to Mr. Collins' recommendation related to zero-cost vendor financing?
So his recommendation was, because there is a timing between when we receive an invoice and when we pay it, that there should be that reduction of that zero financing, quick payable financing through our rate base. And we do not have that because we accrue the AFUDC at the point in time we pay the expenditure.
No further redirect.
Okay. Recross? Staff? Okay. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Ms. Steinfeld, thank you. Mason, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duke Energy Kentucky would like to call Jim Zolkowski to the stand.
Zielkowski, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Zolkowski.
Zolkowski. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is James Zolkowski, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Councilor Mass?
Thank you. Mr. Zolkowski, could you please state your position with the company?
My title is Director of Rates and Regulatory Planning.
Thank you. And did you cause testimony and responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to those?
No.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intent that they be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Go.
No questions.
Mr. Bang.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Graham.
Yeah, just briefly. Mr. Zilkowski, am I correct that you did not file rebuttal testimony in this case?
That is correct.
Okay. But in the course of, did you happen to review Walmart witness Lisa Perry's testimony?
I reviewed it, but I need to refresh my memory on that.
Okay, well, I think that you and Ms. Perry agree, do you not, that there are some subsidies that are embedded in rates?
Objection. Your Honor, could he have a copy of
Yep.
that if we're going to have questions about it?
Of course. I'm not pointing to anything specific in her testimony, so if he doesn't remember, I'm happy to refresh it, so.
Well, I think if he's asking, he's being asked if he agrees with a certain portion of it, he should be able to see that.
I agree, I'm just not pointing to any particular portion at this point, so, I'm happy to pass it around, I'm just not, at this point, saying, can you look at this section of her testimony and tell me whether you agree with it, so, so let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
Your testimony reflects that there are subsidies embedded in rates,
Yes, it does.
and you take steps with respect to this case to try to make some steps towards addressing those subsidies, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that in this case, Ms. Perry made a proposal as to how to further address subsidies in the event the commission were to award the company an overall revenue requirement less than the revenue requirement that they've requested?
Yes, I recall that.
And just high level, essentially what Ms. Perry recommends is to take the difference between the company's requested revenue requirement and the ultimate revenue requirement and apply that difference to the rate classes in a way that would further reduce the subsidy. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you have any position on that proposal?
I believe that that is a reasonable, would result in a reasonable outcome. So I think it's fair and reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Zukowski. Those are all the questions that I have.
Okay. And staff.
No questions.
Mr. Evans. And I don't have questions either. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you. You're excused.
Good morning again.
When you're ready, call your next witness.
Duke Energy Kentucky calls Mr. Bruce Sailors.
And we're gonna have 2 rows of council chairs in our new courtroom, and all this desk clears. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, Mr. Sailors? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome back. Tell us your full name and business address.
The full name is Bruce Lee Sailors,
And business address?
139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Council.
And Mr. Sailors, can you please state your position with the company?
Director of Jurisdictional Rate Administration for Ohio, Kentucky.
And did you cause to be filed direct rebuttal testimony and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony or those data requests?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And it is your intent that that information be admitted into the record in this proceeding?
It is.
This witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Gov.
No questions.
Mr. Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sailors.
Good morning.
My name is Kurt Boehm. I represent the Kroger Company. Just want to ask you a few questions about Rate DS. So Rate DS, there's a customer charge, there's a demand charge, but the demand charge, it begins after the first 15 kW. Is that correct?
Correct. You can look at it another way, you can say the first 15 kW has a 0 demand charge, but yes.
Okay, thank you. And then there's an energy charge that is, there's 3 blocks of the energy charge. And so how does that work, the 3-block energy charge?
So there's a first block, what is it, 6,000, the first 6,000. So the first 6,000 kWh customer uses gets charged at a certain price. The next block is a kind of like a power use related block, and that's based on 300 kWh per kW. And so they would be charged $1 per kWh for that block. And then the last block is just a overall additional kWh, and there's a different charge for that block.
Why does the company design an energy charge like that instead of just having a flat energy charge for all kWh?
So the declining block structure is essentially looks at those smaller customers. I think I put a little bit of that in my testimony in terms of, the smaller commercial customers are somewhat similar to a residential customer. They may not be very sophisticated, they may not be able to either control or understand the demand or want to spend time knowing about that. So we charge them $1 per kWh rate fully. So if you're under 15 kW, the only thing that you see on your bill is the $1 per kWh blocks. And of course, those lower blocks are meant to recapture some of the demand that they don't pay a demand charge for.
Thank you. Now, you reviewed Mr. Kroger witness, Mr. Bieber's testimony, correct?
I did.
And Mr. Bieber proposed some changes. He proposed an increase in the energy and demand charges, and specifically for that first block, correct? The first demand block?
He proposed an increase in the demand charge. I think he proposed a decrease in the energy charges. I might have misheard you, but yeah, he wanted to lower the energy charges and increase the demand charge.
Thank you. And you disagreed with his methodology, and you indicated that you may be agreeable to certain changes, sort of instead of the commission adopting Mr. Bieber's testimony, in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that that you may be agreeable to sort of approaching it in a different way. Is that correct?
That's correct. We saw from Mr. Bieber's proposal, reducing all the energy charges essentially it may cause some subsidization. It gives those smaller customers who don't pay a demand charge, especially, or very little demand charges, it reduces their bill directly because they're not paying any demand charge. So if all the energy charges are going down, they're going to get a lower bill. What I kind of proposed in my rebuttal testimony was, we see that his point, we understand, we generally agree that, cost-based rates, that's the way that we prefer. So if we increase the demand charge, that greater than 15 kW demand charge, we would propose to just decrease that last block, that additional kWh block. And don't reduce it to something that's unreasonable, reduce it maybe to the average kWh charge that comes from the cost of service study. It's like the total energy revenue requirement divided by the total kWh from Rate DS.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
Okay, and Walmart.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Sanders. It's not even 11 o'clock. I want to start I want to level set with a couple of issues. You understand, have you reviewed Lisa Perry's testimony in preparation for your attendance here today?
I have.
Okay. And I want to start first. You're aware that the company doesn't presently offer an EV-specific rate design in the Duke Energy Kentucky territory. Is that correct?
We don't offer a rate that says this is an EV rate, correct?
And you understand that Ms. Perry has sort of recommended a sort of a stakeholder process with a future that would result in the company hopefully in the near term proposing a rate that would be appropriate for EV charging. Do you agree with that?
She did propose that.
Okay. And so is it fair to say, based upon your rebuttal testimony, that the company is willing to engage with Walmart and other interested stakeholders on rate design?
Absolutely. In fact, in my rebuttal testimony, I have to get committed to it. So,
And I noticed in your rebuttal testimony, you talk about committing, I believe you commit to making an appropriate filing in the company's next rate case. Is that correct?
yes, they either propose a rate that would be suitable for DCFC public charging or to inform the commission of how the attempts went to have such conversations.
And you agree that it's a potential that if we wait till if we determine that the only potential for proposing an EV rate is the company's next rate case, that could be several years into the future?
It could be.
And so is the company willing to engage in conversations in the near term that have the potential to result in maybe filing something sooner with the commission if something could be developed?
Yes.
And then turning to rate DT, the company has proposed certain changes for what I'm going to call large loads that would fall within rate DT. Do you agree with that?
Yes, DT and TT. So
Okay.
essentially, any loads over 500 kW would fall under those rates, although we're set a much higher threshold than that.
There's a much broader range of customers that take service under those rates, but your proposal affects only a subset of those customers.
Correct.
Okay. And you understand that Ms. Perry took issue with the threshold proposed by Duke Energy Kentucky for being subject to those new tariff provisions. Do you agree with that? Okay. And essentially, would you agree with me that the big difference is that Ms. Perry supported 75 megawatts and the company has supported 20 megawatts?
That's correct.
And you are proposing, under whatever threshold gets adopted, that 20 megawatts is aggregated. Is that correct?
Yes, so like when a customer comes to us and says, we would like to have this much load available to us, that load could be at a single site. It's easy to think about that, we're building a new data center, for example. You can think, well, that's 100 megawatts. But we also didn't want to leave out the possibility that someone could say, oh yeah, by the way, the 100 megawatts we want, we're going to open 10 sites and they're 10 megawatts each.
And so to that point though, so two questions. The first is, in terms of calculating this threshold, are you only counting new load?
Correct.
So if a customer is pre-existing in the territory, when it comes to determining whether they satisfy this elevated threshold, you would not add in the megawatts of the existing locations already in the service territory?
We're specifically focusing on incremental load. Yes.
And then when it comes to the aggregation piece, is the company presently proposing a minimum size to be counted, or is any new load going to be counted to meet this 20 megawatts?
We want to be flexible in that regard. There could be, in my example of 10 megawatts and 10 sites, we wanted to be able to take a look at it.
Okay.
If a customer, like one of those sites, maybe the capacity is there and it's available, that could be discussed with the customer, maybe that doesn't get included or something. But yes, we are proposing that it would be aggregated across all those and there's no minimum threshold for each of those sites.
And so, I think I saw in your rebuttal testimony that you have requested that the commission reject Ms. Perry's proposal of a 75 megawatt threshold. Would the company be willing to accept a 50 megawatt minimum threshold?
Well, not likely. I mean, there's that trade-off that, we're trying to set a threshold that, is going to identify any projects that are large investments. And even at 20 megawatts, you could, conceive of a project, well, it's 10 megawatts, but because of its particular location, maybe it's got a large investment, but we don't want to, inundate the commission with lots of requests for special contracts, so we settle on 20 megawatts. I think the company would be, open to a higher threshold, maybe up to like I don't know, it's just that trade-off, where are you trying to identify, up to maybe 40 megawatts, and understanding that, projects below that, they may have large investments, but they wouldn't fall under that criteria.
Okay, so if Walmart were to recommend in its post-hearing brief that it could accept 50 megawatts, it would still be the company's position that that's probably too high, but the company could probably live with a 40 megawatt threshold.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Those are all the questions that I have.
I like it when we negotiate things.
We just did that today.
Yeah. Something like that happened. Staff.
Yes, I just have a few questions. A number of these questions have been addressed by intervener counsel, so I'm just going to kind of go through what I had left. So for the, since we're on the topic of the megawatt threshold, just in general, could you give me an overview of how you came to the conclusion of a 20 megawatt threshold versus any other?
It was discussion-based with all of our planners, involved our FRR planning, who takes care of the PGM capacity plan, our capacity planners, transmission planners, distribution planners, and they all had input into what would be a reasonable number. We did take a quick look to see, what size customers do we have right now. I mean, I think Duke Energy Kentucky's largest customer, single site largest customer, is in the 12 to 13 megawatt range. So, that discussion resulted in the 20 megawatt value.
And then moving on to the discussion about the intra-class subsidization issue that you're discussing with Kroger's counsel.
Oh, yes.
Let me see. So a number of those issues were addressed. I just had a question. Do you know, in general, how many customers are currently under the 15 kilowatt demand charge rate provision? Or could that be provided at a later date?
I do, but I don't remember. It is the majority. But yes, if you wanted to ask the posting to get it, of course, I can get you the exact number.
That is all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Akins? Good morning.
Good morning.
In your rebuttal, you talked a bit about Witness Perry's recommendations around the public-facing EV chargers. And you wanted to make sure in your rebuttal that we talked about and didn't forget and looked out for the cost to serve those EV customers. Could you sort of describe for me what those issues are and like what those cost to serve issues that we need to be aware of are?
Right. I wanted to be cautious about, or at least suggest to the commission that we didn't want to offer a rate that is just going to, provide a discount, for EV charging. So we wanted to be, I think I used the term revenue neutral, and we have a mechanism for our rider DIR that gives economic development incentives, and we have rate RTP, which also looks at that type of issue, setting a baseline load, and then growth from that is treated differently. So those are the main concepts I wanted to address, is that we just were hoping to avoid being ordered to propose a rate that would just provide a discount that wasn't cost-based.
And the cost expected to be caused by public-facing EV chargers, what would those be?
Well, the easiest way is
Just,
if
I
you
mean,
had
just volumetric or?
Yeah, well, if you had a profile, an estimate, even if it was estimated, and you looked at that and said, okay, well, what revenue would that provide under rate DS or rate DP or rate DT, then that would be the revenue neutral that I was talking about. Now, we may redesign it upon discussion to make it, more KWH based or something, but the revenue target is what I was referring to.
Redirect.
Just one question for Mr. Sailors. Mr. Sailors, you were discussing the company's new large load tariff, both with Walmart's council and commission staff. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain the rationale between the company proposing this new tariff?
Well, essentially, it comes out of recent trends in the industry to protect customers from large new customers. In a couple different ways is, one is they might come in and say, well, we need 500 megawatts, but then when they're fully operational, they only use 200 megawatts. So it could cause overbuild of infrastructure or just acceleration of the infrastructure that might have been built at some time into the future. But, trying to protect customers against that increased cost.
That's all I have.
Recross. Okay. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? You're excused, sir. Thank you. Final witness?
Yes, happy to say Duke Energy Kentucky calls Sarah Lawler.
Good morning, Ms. Lawler. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Sarah Lawler, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
And Ms. Lawler, can you please state your position with the company?
Vice President, Rates and Regulatory Strategy for Duke Energy Kentucky and Duke Energy Ohio.
Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct, rebuttal, and responses to information requests?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of those documents?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is it your intention that all of that information be included in the record in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
With that, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Goode.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Bank.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Grumman.
No questions.
Staff.
I do have a couple of questions. My first question was initially posed to Mr. Luke concerning the planned outages or the deferral mechanisms for planned and forced outages. Were the regulatory assets, so the question is, were the regulatory assets for forced and scheduled outages amortized over the period of time with which they were created?
With which they were created. So we have two regulatory assets that I think you're talking about. One is for planned outage O&M, and the other is for forced outage purchase power. Those regulatory assets were approved to be amortized in our last rate case, the 22 rate case, over a period of 5 years, and they are being amortized as such today in our financial statements.
Do you know if this creates a decrease in the net revenue requirement?
If it creates a
In the
decrease,
yes, so does that does that schedule create a decrease in the net revenue requirement?
when you say schedule, are you asking about the amortization expense?
Let's go on, we'll go on.
Okay.
I may ask that a different way at a different time, maybe in a post-hearing DR. The second question I have, in your rebuttal testimony on the last page, page 11, lines 10 through 12. Where you state the depreciation expense associated with the decommissioning cost for the solar assets is 0.158 million with a 0.011 million impact in accumulated depreciation net of the ADIT effect. Could you provide the work papers for that calculation?
We could do that in a post-hearing request, yes.
Great. And one more question. Can you confirm that there are still 12 monthly cycles of bills included in the forecasted test year?
Yes, I can confirm that.
I have no other questions.
Okay. And Commissioner Reagan, did you have a question?
Just one question, more your opinion than a question from your testimony. As you move forward, is there anything when you're looking at strategy that's gonna change versus when you filed this? With the addition of data centers, or is there anything about the strategy that could change, you know, how you move forward?
The strategy of how we set rates?
Yeah.
Specific to data centers, I think Bruce Saylor's talked about the tariffs that we're looking at there. But outside of that, you know, traditional rate making, the revenue requirement that we're seeking here in base rates, I don't see that changing the strategy of how we go about making the filings per se.
Okay, so it's just the data center pricing that may be the change there?
Yes, and ensuring that those costs are, you know, appropriately aligned with the cost causers of those costs. But yeah, I don't think it really changes the strategy of filing base rate cases and updating those periodically.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lawler, in your rebuttal testimony, you talked a little bit about the terminal net salvage.
Yes.
It's a complicated, multi-layered decision, sort of a first impression in the state as well. You addressed Mr. Witness Collins' assertion. Witness Collin believes that we cannot consider terminal net salvage depreciation unless the utility is actually seeking to retire in a proceeding. As I understood your position, you don't think it requires a specific request to retire in any proceeding, but that you're just correcting the depreciable life, not asking to retire. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about why you think that.
Yeah, so, you know, in our 22 case, I think the commission ordered that because we had not met that rebuttal presumption, that we could not include the terminal net salvage in
But you
rates.
took our order to mean that we weren't necessarily taking issue with the fact that you hadn't filed a proceeding to retire, just that you hadn't addressed the presumptions.
Correct.
Okay.
I believe the order just said that we had not addressed the presumption.
Yeah.
And that you could not include those costs and rates unless that rebuttable presumption was met. And so now in this case, we've had the opportunity to do that. We feel like we've met that rebuttable presumption. And as such, we feel like the commission should be able to allow including those terminal net salvage costs in the depreciation rates today like they have been historically.
I think it was your rebuttal that talked about how it's not a question of if we'll retire every
Right.
generation, but when. And I guess we're also thinking it's not a question of if customers will pay for that, but when.
That's correct.
I don't know how we interpret the statute for sure. And I think that's why we lawyers get paid, that's why we exist, and to some extent, it's why the commission exists, to determine things like that. Surely you don't think that's the only way we could interpret that statute, though?
I feel like it's clear to me that the statute, there's nothing in that statute that makes me think that you can't approve terminal net salvage and depreciation rates. There's no net incremental costs as a result of including these in rates. The costs are the costs. It's just a matter of, are you putting them in rates now or later? I feel like it's somewhat clear that we should be able to include those in depreciation rates today.
Not necessarily asking you for a legal conclusion, but do you think we're required to try and interpret a statute in the way that makes the most sense for ratepayers? Or do we have to just read the statute plainly on its face? That's a legal conclusion. But if you have an opinion, I'll let you give it.
Maybe yes to both.
Just gonna point at you. Redirect.
Well, I think with that answer, I'm gonna officially designate her a lawyer with the. I do have one quick follow-up question. I'm hoping to clarify something on the record. Ms. Lawler, you were asked some questions from commission staff about the company's amortization of both planned outage O&M and then forced outage
Yes.
purchase power. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain what exactly is being amortized?
Okay, so the planned outage O&M deferral balance that's being amortized over 5 years is the deferral that was on the balance sheet as the time of that rate case, resulting from, you know, the differences in how much planned outage O&M we had in base rates and what the actual costs incurred by the company were. So that was that net asset balance that we're proposing to now then just amortize over 5 years. 3 years is what we generally use in terms of rate case amortization expense time frame, just because we kind of think that's a rough estimate of the time between rate cases. So we picked 5 years, and the commission approved that. And then the forced outage purchase power deferral balance, similar thing. We were approved in a prior rate case to be able to defer above or below actual costs incurred compared to what was in base rates, and that net balance is a result of that. And so we're just seeking that historical net number to be amortized into rates over that 5-year period.
So in both cases, you're looking at what the actual costs were versus what was included in rates, is that
That's
correct?
correct, yes.
Nothing further for this witness.
Okay, recross.
Very briefly, Your Honor,
Yes.
very briefly. Ms. Lawler, I want to follow up on the discussion you had very briefly with Commissioner Regan. Are you familiar at all with the Entergy Louisiana Meta Project docket?
No.
Okay. So, just high level, Meta's building a 2 gigawatt data center in northwest Louisiana. It is possible, would you agree, that if you guys were to have a very large data center, I think Mr. Saylor's used like a 500 megawatt or something. If you were to have a very large data center come in, it is possible that we could see you come in front of the commission for a very unique proceeding based upon a customer whose load would be so large relative to the total system. Is that fair?
Yes.
But that beyond that kind of potentially very unique proceeding, you don't expect there to be many changes from the business as usual cadence and type of cases?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yep.
That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Any further? Recross. Any reason that Ms. Lawler could not be excused? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And that concludes your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead then and move in to calling the interveners, witnesses.
Your Honor.
Beginning, yes.
I apologize. Would it be possible to excuse Amy Spiller at this time?
Any objections?
Hold it, Judge.
I think that would be fine. Thank you, Ms. Still.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, just in case it's helpful to you, I had spoken with the Attorney General because they've got a couple of witnesses who I believe have driven. And if it's okay with you, I had said that it was fine. Originally, we had talked about putting Lisa Perry up first because she has a flight out, but because of just how quickly we've moved, I think we've agreed that the Attorney General would put its witnesses up first unless you had any particular opinion on the order.
As far as I knew, AG was going first, so.
We had discussed yesterday just if we were like end of the day because of Miss Perry's flight, but it's now before lunch and that sort of changes the need for order.
If something changes, if one witness takes forever, let me know. All right, Ms. Gill.
Thank you, Chair. The Attorney General's office calls their first witness to the stand, Mr. Collin.
Hi, Mr. Cullen. Please raise your right hand. Be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business reason.
My name is Lane Collin. My business address is J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Council?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cullen, what is your occupation?
I am an utility economic consultant.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that direct testimony?
No.
Did you sponsor responses to Duke Kentucky's discovery request in the pending case?
Yes.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, cross on behalf of applicant.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Collins.
Good morning.
I just have a couple questions for you this morning, so we can move things along. Do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 25 of that direct testimony?
I'm there.
And starting at line 17, you testify, quote, "I recommend the commission exclude corporate alternative minimum tax, DTA, or the tax deferred asset from rate base. Commission precedent is to calculate federal income tax on a standalone basis without consideration of consolidated tax savings." Did I read that correctly?
Not completely, but yes.
And now, do you have your discovery responses?
Yes.
And specifically your response to Duke Energy Kentucky's question 18?
I only have through 17. No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the staff data requests. Give me just a minute. Yes, I have that.
And in this data request, you cite to prior commission decisions on this issue, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the decisions that you cite is an order from Kentucky American Water Company, their rate case in 2010, is that correct? I believe if you look at the footnote on the bottom.
Yes, that would be correct.
Permission to approach?
Thank you.
Mr. Collin, is this a copy, or it's not a full copy, but is it a copy of the decision that you cited in this discovery response?
Yes, in part. It includes the pages that I cited in the footnote on page 22, the response to Duke Energy's question number 18.
All right, and I'm gonna have you turn to page 54 of that decision.
Okay.
And the decision states, the AG proposes that Duke, or that Kentucky American's forecasted current and deferred income tax expenses be adjusted to reflect the use of a consolidated return. And then if we go down a little bit further, it says, the use of consolidated tax filing, the AG states permits tax loss benefits generated by one group of subsidiaries to be shared by the other consolidated group members, thus resulting in reduced effective federal income tax. You see that?
Oh, where exactly is that?
So it's at the bottom of page 54.
Oh, yes, I see that now, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
I think you did.
So in that case, the AG argued for the use of a consolidated tax return as opposed to a standalone return. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
No further questions for this witness.
Okay. Other interveners? Staff.
Yes, we did have a couple questions. With respect to the corporate alternative minimum tax, excuse me, would there, I guess putting aside, like, assuming that, I'm sorry, assuming that we had, that it was one company, just for the sake of a hypothetical, and the corporate alternative minimum tax applied, would the effect of the corporate alternative minimum tax, well, let me just start over. So you say you have one company, you have a number of expenses that you're able to write off for tax purposes that you're not able to write off for book purposes. So your tax expense for tax purposes would be obviously lower than they would be for book purposes, therefore creating the tax book timing difference. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's accurate in the sense that taxable income is calculated in a different manner than GAAP income, for example, for book accounting purposes or for rate-making purposes.
And again, assuming one company and no application of the alternative minimum tax, if your, for rate-making purposes, to the extent that there was that book tax timing difference, we would record, or a regulatory liability would be recorded that would then offset rate base, essentially to reflect the prepayment of taxes by ratepayers that is reducing, or that the prepayment of taxes that the companies did not have to pay. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's essentially a loan from the customers to the company, and in exchange for that loan, they're paid a weighted average cost of capital, and that occurs by subtracting the liability ADIT from rate base.
And assuming that the offset of expenses in a particular year was so high that not only did it fully offset tax expense, but also generated a net operating loss, utilities, and I know there can be questions about when you should do it, whether you should do it, but generally speaking, assuming that these are amounts that should be included in rates, you would generate a deferred tax liability for the full amount of the timing difference, and then to the extent that the accelerated expensing was not actually able to be used to reduce tax expense, you generate an offsetting deferred tax asset associated with the net operating loss carry forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, generally, yes, in the sense that if there's a taxable loss in a particular year, so you have income, taxable income that is less than all of the deductions, then you will have a taxable loss. If you have a carry forward from a prior year, you can use that carry forward against it, and therefore you don't book in what I would call an NOLC, a net operating loss carry forward, DTA, or deferred tax asset, because you're using the carry forward from the prior year. But if you assume that there's no carry forward from the prior year and you have a taxable loss in the current year, then you create an NOLC DTA for that amount.
Okay. And that's effectively, without the application of the corporate alternative minimum tax, that DTA is effectively being created because the deductions are essentially pushing your tax expense to below zero, or I'm sorry, your taxable income to below zero, and therefore, below zero, you can't actually use the accelerated expensing to reduce your tax expense, so that creates the deferred tax asset.
I would say that I think I understand what you're describing conceptually, but I would use different terms for it, because it doesn't reduce your tax expense, but it does reduce your taxes payable.
Okay.
And increases your credit deferred taxes, and therefore creates a debit of accumulated deferred tax. So, but, you know, keep in mind too that that's very temporary and it's very variable, because it depends upon the facts and circumstances in a particular year. Whereas the deferred tax liability related to tax depreciation in excess of book depreciation, that just grows year after year after year after year. And if you can't fully use the deductions in a particular year, then you create the NOLC DTA, assuming there's no carry forward, but that can easily disappear the following year, because it's a very temporary type of thing. That's one of the reasons why I think that oftentimes it's not reflected for rate-making purposes except to the minimum level necessary to meet the normalization requirements of the Internal Revenue Code.
Sure. Now, assuming you have a company that would be subject to the corporate alternative minimum tax, and let's just assume for the sake of this that it's a single company, so we don't have to worry about who's responsible for what at this point. It's a single company. Would the deferred tax asset that's created, well, so assuming you have accelerated expensing for tax purposes, you know, for book purposes, your taxes are above 15%. For accelerated expensing for tax purposes pushes your overall, I guess, tax expense below 15%, such that the corporate alternative minimum tax would apply. Would the generation of that deferred tax asset associated with the corporate alternative minimum tax, is it effectively the same concept as the situation where the corporate alternative minimum tax doesn't apply and you're pushing your payable tax below zero? But in this case, it's now set at 15% because of the application of the corporate alternative minimum tax.
I can't quite answer the question the way that you've posed it.
Yes.
If you
feel free to clarify.
Let me
Yes.
explain. There's two different calculations. The regular income tax is your income, basically your revenues, minus all of your deductions, including the tax depreciation. And then whatever you come up with in terms of taxable income or taxable loss, you apply the tax rate for federal purposes anyways of 21%. If it's positive taxable income, then you have essentially a payable. If it's a taxable loss, then you have a reduction in the payable, if you have a payable still outstanding, or you create then the DTA, the NOLC DTA, assuming that there's no carry forward, once again. The corporate alternative minimum tax is a completely different tax calculation. And it starts out with your financial statement income, but allows you to substitute some tax deductions for some of the book expenses. And one of the big substitutions for the book expenses is on the depreciation. You get to use tax depreciation in the calculation of the adjusted financial statement income, the same as you do in the regular tax calculation. But then after you come down and calculate the adjusted financial statement income, we'll call it AFSI, then a 15% tax rate is applied to that. So there's two separate independent calculations, and then the higher of the two is what has to be paid. And the difference between the two is what gets deferred, in the most simple, description that I think, and concise description of what actually happens. So, and then there's two separate calculations of net operating losses. You can end up with a CAMT net operating loss. because it's just simply a separate calculation. Just as under the regular income tax, you can end up with a net operating loss.
So, and you said when calculating the corporate alternative minimum tax, before before you determine whether or not the 15%, I guess, applies, you're able to reduce that by the accelerated tax appreciation.
Yes. For the regular income tax, remember there are two calculations, and you take and then you calculate the tax under the two separate calculations, one for the regular tax, one for the KMT, and you pay the higher of the two. Okay. So under the KMT tax calculation, you start out with basically income, GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, income, book income. And then you make certain adjustments. That's where the adjusted financial statement income concept comes from. And I really wish the federal government had not done this, but anyways, it's a separate calculation altogether. But the adjusted part of the adjusted financial statement income comes in because you can then take the book depreciation out and instead subtract the tax depreciation. So that becomes identical in terms of a tax deduction for both the regular income tax and the corporate alternative minimum tax.
So, I asked a question yesterday about, like, is there any associated deferred tax liability, or any deferred tax liability that would be associated with the deferred tax asset arising from the corporate alternative minimum tax?
No. What happens is that if you compute the KMT and it's higher than the regular income tax, then it increases the payable to the federal government because you have to pay. Taxes payable goes up by that amount. And then because it's a temporary difference in and of itself, then you create the KMT DTA, which is an equivalent amount to whatever the increase in the payable, the taxes payable to the federal government is. So it's a cost incurred, either by a standalone utility, if they're in fact standalone, or by the consolidated entity, if in fact there's multiple subsidiaries.
Okay. I think I'll move on for that for now.
Okay.
Well, actually, I guess one more question, because you're saying when you get the adjusted, what is the number that you're determining whether the tax is 15% of the adjusted taxable income? Is that what you said?
Yes, there's a separate KMT calculation, separate and apart from the regular income tax calculation. The regular income tax calculation is, just the one that we're all familiar with, very similar to an individual's tax return. You have income, and then if you itemize, you get certain deductions, and then you come up with taxable income, and you have to pay tax on that.
Yes.
For corporations, that's the regular tax. But then that's just the same standard calculation that's been in effect for 100 years. But then the KMT is a totally separate calculation, and the regular income tax has a 21% tax rate applied to the taxable income under the regular income tax. Separate calculation for the KMT starts with book income, generally accepted accounting principles, okay, and then makes certain adjustments to that, which is why they come up with the term adjusted financial statement income, and then the 15% tax rate is applied.
Adjusted financial statement income is the term I was looking for then. But
Yes,
to
okay.
get to that adjusted financial statement income, they're letting you remove the accelerated.
Subtract, which
or-
pushes it down.
Yeah,
Yes.
subtract the
Yes.
accelerated depreciation.
Yes.
So to the extent you were trying to tie the deferred tax asset that arises from the CAMT, you wouldn't tie any of it to
That's right.
the accelerated
Yeah,
depreciation.
essentially that nets out between the two
Okay.
calculations, except for the tax
Yeah.
rate itself. Now I think I understand
Yeah.
what you were getting at, yes. That tax appreciation is the same between the two, the regular income tax calculation and the KMT calculation.
And would that include accelerated repair expense, do you know where that would fall in?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that that's included in the regular income tax calculation. I do not know if it's included in CAMT.
Would
I
you be
just
able to
don't know.
determine that relatively easily if I did a post-hearing data request?
I hope so. I wish I knew the answer on that, I'm sorry. but,
That's fine.
Yeah.
I might do a post-hearing on that one, thank you.
Okay.
I will move on now before I dig myself in a hole.
I think you've done very well, but anyway.
The suppliers, you'd made a recommendation with respect to treating, I guess, the delay in the timing of bills versus payment related to construction expense as zero-cost capital, and there was some testimony earlier. Were you here for that?
I was, yes.
And I guess, did you use the construction work in progress as kind of a proxy for the amount of those invoices that were on average outstanding?
Yes, what we took was the average amount of construction expenditures, not the quit balance, but the construction expenditures on a monthly basis, so that if, let's just say that the construction expenditures was $120 million during the year, that averaged $10 million per month. We assumed that that was 30 days worth of payables under the generally reasonable assumption that you get a vendor, an invoice from a vendor, you pay it 30 days later. And so then we just said, okay, the subtraction from rate base should be the $10 million, the average of the construction expenditures that are paid in arrears by 30 days.
And do you know what portion of those would be attributable to, or would be capitalized versus, expensed?
Yes, I do.
Through operation maintenance?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk.
No, go ahead.
It's 100% capitalized,
Okay.
by definition. And I would just add this, that to the extent that there are payables related to expenses, all of those are covered in the cash working capital analysis. So there's essentially two silos, if you will, in calculating rate base effects. If you have balance sheet items, they are included in working capital. So for example, you would include the materials and supplies inventories, the fuel inventories, other asset types of costs as positives in rate base, and then you would subtract out accounts payable for materials and supplies, for fuel, those types of things. But then you come over to the delay between the receipt of cash revenues and the payment of cash expenses. So this focus over here in this silo is on the revenues and expenses. It's for those leads and lags that you use the cash working capital for. So there's two silos, both of which are used to calculate different aspects of the rate base.
And I understand that. I guess a question I would have, just generally, you read the rebuttal testimony and they indicated, that it wouldn't make sense to effectively treat the delay in the payment of those expenses as zero-cost capital because they don't include construction work in progress in rate base. Do you have a response to that?
Well, the payables related to construction are in the balance sheet silo. Okay, so that's not even in the cash working capital analysis. And I know that the company's argument was, hey, we don't include QIP and rate base, but, so you shouldn't subtract the construction payables. I would not agree with that unless, as we talked about in the Atmos proceeding, unless there was the recognition of those savings in the AFEDC calculation. And I heard testimony for the very first time today from, I think it was from Ms. Steinpool, that she said that the AFEDC calculation reflects that lag. If so, that's fair enough.
Okay. And do you have any reason, I was going to ask you about that, because she said they don't start accruing
Right,
AFUDC
right.
until they make the payment,
Right.
so.
That was the first time I had ever heard that after
Sure.
2 rounds of testimony, so apparently they've done a review of that, and if that's the case, then that's fine.
Okay.
That's where it's captured.
Thank you. Just let me check. I think that might be it, but just double check here. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Raven. Good morning, Mr. Powell.
Good morning.
Can't believe it's still morning.
It is.
Relative passing of time. Would you like to talk about your views on terminal net salvage as it relates to eventual retirement of coal plants?
Sure,
All
yes.
right.
That sounds great. One of my favorite subjects.
I have, I'm glad it's somebody's favorite.
That was a little sarcastic, but-
It sort of has my stomach in knots. So, I've asked a couple of the applicant's witnesses about their interpretation of the statute that requires this rebuttable presumption. As I understand your interpretation, you believe that we cannot even consider granting this terminal net salvage value they've requested again in this rate case until we actually have a proceeding that's requesting the retirement.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Talk to me about why you interpret it in that way.
Well, I have, I think, a quote directly from the statute. You know, it requires utilities who are going to retire a thermal generating unit, and it requires them to come into the commission and seek authorization to do that. And it says, I mean, that's the predicate for the statute. And let me see if I can find it. It says, it's on page 39, starting at page 39 of my direct. I say KRS 278.2641 states specifically that, and then quote, prior to retiring the electric generating unit, a utility shall apply to the commission for an order approving the retirement and shall give the commission 30 days notice of the application. And as I point out, the company has not filed an application. And then that seems to me to be the predicate or the foundation for the rest of the statute. And then going on to KRS 278.2642, talks about the rebuttable presumption. And of course, the statute just refers to thermal generation. So it says there that you can allow for the recovery of costs for the retirement of electric generating unit. So it's just prior to coming in and filing for authorization to retire a unit. So I'm kind of a logical person. I go sequentially. It seems like there's a predicate, a foundation, that the utility has to come in and seek authorization to retire a generating unit. And that's a protection for customers because there's a need then to justify that. They can't just go and retire it and then come in and say, hey, we're going to build something new. Can we get a CPCN? Because the two really are interrelated decisions. But it doesn't deny the company, the utility, recovery of those decommissioning costs. It's just a matter of timing, I think, as you correctly pointed out with a prior witness. And as I noted in my testimony as well, even going beyond the statute, it's actually a lower cost on a present value basis to delay the recovery.
Why?
Because if you allow recovery, and this has historically been the case, this commission, and believe it or not, I'm old enough to remember when this commission did not allow recovery of terminal net net salvage decommissioning costs. And then that switched in the early 1990s when the commission started allowing that recovery of those estimated costs, not actual costs, but estimated costs as part of the depreciation rate. And then what happens is that the utility gets revenue for the decommissioning expenses that are included in the depreciation expense, or depreciation rates and expense. So now all of a sudden you have taxable revenue or taxable income for that, but the utility can't deduct the expense of decommissioning until the generating unit actually is retired and the dollars are spent. So all of a sudden that becomes taxable income. And so in the utilities rate cases, what happens is that you have, I know you're gonna love this term, a deferred tax asset. And so it increases rate base, and the only reason for the existence of that deferred tax asset is because you're allowing the utility to preemptively recover estimated decommissioning costs that it hasn't yet incurred. And so the utilities customers pay a rate of return on that because that DTA is included in rate base for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And if instead you allow the utility to recover the actual decommissioning costs after they've been incurred, then it becomes revenue, taxable income, and a deductible expense. And since they occur at the same time, there's no effect on taxable income. So there's no harm, there's no penalty, there's no DTA. So instead of paying for an increasing in size DTA over the lifetime of the unit, there is no additional cost, that there's no DTA to include in rate base if you allow decommissioning expense recovery as those expenses are incurred, as and when they're incurred post-retirement. There's not a question of, do they get recovery or not? The question is whether it's estimated recovery beforehand or actual recovery after the fact.
So customers may end up paying less if we wait until we know the actual cost
Correct.
and do it at the end.
Yes.
What about, so maybe they're paying less, but is it the wrong customers who are paying? The intergenerational subsidization?
Yeah, I have an opinion on that that's really diametrically opposed to the companies, and that is you retire a generating unit when it no longer is economic. And there's something else, another generating unit, a new one, that is more economic. So it's like retiring your old car. You get sick of repairing it. It just becomes uneconomic, and it becomes more attractive economically to buy a new car or a newer used car. And so the question then is the decommissioning to retire that plant, is it really something that should be paid for by earlier customers, or is it something that's a cost of the transition, to the new car or the new power plant? And, I mean, granted, that's a matter of judgment, but I think given the lower cost, if you allow decommissioning recovery after retirement, and I think given the fact that it's a transition cost, I don't see a problem with having it recovered after the generating unit is retired. So, the company is talking about replacing Eastman 2 at some point with a combined cycle generating unit. And why is that? Because they think it's more economic. Now, I haven't reviewed their IRP, but if that's indeed true, then I don't see a problem with paying for the decommissioning costs in the post-retirement period after Eastman 2 is retired, because it's a cost of transitioning to the new and lower cost, more efficient generation. So that's why I think the intergenerational argument that the company has, it starts with, well, customers should pay for it when the power plant is operating. I view it more as an after-the-fact type of cost that is a transition to the newer generation.
The newer generation, though, will also be paying for the cost of building new generation.
That's true, yes. But the reason for retiring the old generation is it's no longer efficient, the new generation is less expensive, so customers reap that benefit, that economic benefit of moving to a new power plant.
assuming you're someone who's gonna live through both generations, which I'd like to think I will be, wouldn't it have been better to pay for the terminal net salvage before you also start paying for the new generation costs? I mean, won't that be sort of a rate shock?
I don't think so. I think that it's a transition cost. It's a transition cost. If you have interim retirements where components of the power plant are retired and replaced, I think that it's appropriate to pay for those retirements and pay for those, the salvage cost or the decommissioning cost of those components as you go. But at the end of the life, there's several benefits of doing it at end of life. First of all, it's lower cost. Second of all, it, I think, relates to the new generation. Third of all, it doesn't require guesstimates, 40 or 50 years before you retire the power plant to recover it over the lifetime of the power plant. You have to estimate what those costs are. Whereas if you do it after the fact, then you know what the costs are. They can defer them. What this commission historically did was it just took the remaining net book value of the power plant and just used it to reduce the accumulated depreciation on other plant accounts. In other words, increasing the net book value of everything else, and then allow the utility to recover it in that manner over the remaining life of the other power plants. So, I mean, that got pushed, that would essentially push the remaining net book value out in the recovery of it to the remaining life of the operating power plants. I'm not even suggesting that, but that's what this commission used to do. So,
How long ago was that?
30 or so years ago.
Are there any, as far as you know, commissions that still do it that way? Or is that outdated methodology?
I don't know. I really haven't looked at it.
But that's sort of what you're advocating now.
Yeah, well, I'm not necessarily advocating it for the thermal generating units, because I think that's what the law is, but with respect to solar, that's correct. I am advocating it for solar.
What's the difference in your mind?
Well, the difference in my mind is the statute, 278, 264 for the
In
thermal.
Kentucky, if
Yes.
we want to comply with that statute,
Yes,
you don't think we have any choice but
I
to
don't
wait
think
until
you
they're
do.
actually ready to retire,
yeah.
make all of the regulatory steps, filing an application with the
Right.
Energy Planning and Inventory Commission, which they have to do first before
Right,
they come to
correct.
PSC.
Yeah.
So you think all of that has to be done, and then they come to PSC and ask for retirement before they can begin?
Yeah.
Well,
Before
to begin to change, because at this point, there's an expected retirement date that's just different
Yes.
than the one they're expecting now.
Yeah, right. Well, I just think that the commission has already ruled on this point, in terms of the last Duke, Kentucky rate
I
case.
think all we said was that they hadn't met their rebuttable presumption.
Well, it said that they had not complied with the statute, okay, and then specifically cited the rebuttable presumption aspect of it. So I view that as two related issues, but it didn't invite the company to come in and say, well, listen, it's going to retire at some point in the future, and forget about the prefatory or the predicate, in paragraph 1 of the statute. Just forget about that. You could just come in at any time and, respond to the rebuttable presumption. Well, I don't know how you can meet every aspect of the rebuttable presumption, because there's no retirement on the table. So,
We know it's going to retire, it's not a matter of if.
yeah. Well, then what's the point of having it in the statute, right? I mean,
You're the one who asked that question.
Yeah, right, true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you advocating that you would have to go through that process before you could even start construction on a new facility?
Well,
The
no,
retirement-
I don't know the timeline. They could probably be filed contemporaneously. I just don't know. I know there's statutory timeframes for CPCNs, but I would think that the utility would want to first go through the retirement process and then go through the CPCN process, because you don't want to go through an approval process to build a new power plant if in fact you're not going to be able to retire one that you're replacing. So it just seems to me there's a logical sequence.
There is an interpretation of the statute that would require it to be up and operating
Yeah.
before you can ask
Yeah,
to
I know.
retire.
I don't think that makes sense, though. So,
Thank you.
yes.
I don't know if that cleared up anything, in my mind. I appreciate your answers. Redirect.
Yes.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong part. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Guy, would you like to redirect?
Yes, I have a few questions. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cullen, I would like you to refer to the Commission's final order in the 2010 Kentucky American Water case
Yes.
that Duke's counsel handed to you, please.
Yes, I've got it.
And is this the entire final order, or is it a portion of the final order?
It's a number of excerpts, number of pages excerpted.
Can you please look at page 54, footnote 169?
Yes.
Does it appear that you were the Attorney General's revenue requirement expert in this 2010 case?
No, it appears that Ralph Smith was, but, I mean, the point here is that, yeah, that's correct, yes,
And I want you to now turn to page 57 of that order.
yes.
And if you could please read the paragraph that it's the first full sentence. It starts with except for case number, and then it goes to the next page.
Okay.
Please read that full paragraph into the record.
Sure. Except for case number 2004, 00103, which involves unique circumstances, the Commission has consistently rejected proposals to apply a consolidated tax adjustment and treated utilities on a standalone basis. We have found that use of such an adjustment would result in the subsidization of ratepayers by the utility's non-regulated operations. Moreover, many utility regulatory commissions appear to disfavor the use of consolidated tax adjustments. In light of the RWE divestiture and the absence of any compelling argument to jettison the quote-unquote standalone rate-making principle, we find that the AG's proposed income tax consolidation adjustment should be denied. Now, keep in mind, that was a consolidated tax savings adjustment. The company's proposal with the CAMT is a consolidated tax cost that they want to push down onto Duke Energy Kentucky.
And can you explain the difference between how the savings versus the cost would affect the customers?
Yes, the consolidated tax savings would reduce the income tax expense or the rate base, related rate base amounts, and then reduce the revenue requirement to customers. The consolidated tax cost is exactly the opposite, as it is in this case, where it's an asset, a DTA, that's added to rate base and increases the revenue requirement to customers.
Do your recommendations as to Duke Kentucky's income taxes in the pending case adhere to this commission's ruling from 2010?
It does.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. I have no further questions.
Okay, recross. Anyone?
We don't have any questions.
Okay. All right, any reason why Mr. Cullen couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir. Be excused.
You're welcome. It's good to see you.
Let's take our originally planned half-hour lunch break. We may not need to take a shorter one, but we have 4 witnesses left, so let's go ahead, half an hour. So you got, let's say 12:35. Record in case number 2024-00354. Trust everyone had a good lunch, and Ms. Goat, call your next witness.
Thank you, Chair. The Attorney General's office calls Mr. Randy Futrell to the stand.
Futrell, not Futrell, I pronounced it wrong. Raise your right hand to begin. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us full name and your business address.
It is Randy Futrell.
Oh.
It's, I'm Director of Consulting at J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc., 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
All right. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Chair. What is your occupation?
Director of Consulting at J. Kennedy and Associates.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
Did you sponsor responses to Duke Kentucky's discovery request in the pending case?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay. For the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Futrell.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple questions for you related to your direct testimony. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
If I could have you turn to page 27 of that testimony. And specifically looking at line 12. Here you're discussing director and officer insurance, board of directors compensation, and investor relation expenses.
Yes.
And you testify, quote, ratepayers should not be expected to be held responsible for all of these costs, especially since the majority of the benefits arising from these kinds of expenses are retained by shareholders. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And turning to, on to
Well-
line 18, on page 27, you testify, you're, quote, recommending a 50-50 sharing of D&O insurance, board of directors compensation, and investor relations expenses between ratepayers and shareholders to align the costs with the derived benefits. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your response to Duke Energy Kentucky's request for information?
Yes, I think I only had, there's 3 questions.
Do you have your response to question 37?
Yes.
And in this question, you were asked to provide supporting work papers analysis regarding your recommendation for this 50-50 sharing. Is that correct? Is that what that request is about?
Yes.
And in your response, you state, quote, Mr. Futrell's recommendation is based on an equitable, equal sharing of responsibility of these costs between ratepayers and shareholders. No further analysis was necessary or completed. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I noticed in that response that you don't provide any citations to any cases from the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you review the commission's decision in Columbia Gas that was cited by Ms. Steinkohl?
I did review that after I saw testimony in an Atmos proceeding, which was after we filed testimony.
And so is it your understanding that in that case, the commission approved a settlement where that company was allowed to recover D&O insurance, investor relations, and investor relation expenses in total?
I do recall that it was a settlement, and the commission made statements in regards to authorization of the settlement terms. And in that same discussion at the very end, it said, we'll look at this in the next case. But usually speaking, precedent is not established on a settlement, but I do recognize that the commission did include additional language in that case.
Right, and the commission approved that settlement, is that correct?
They did approve that settlement.
No further questions.
And for the interveners, either of you, Ross?
No questions?
With staff.
Yes, just a few questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm looking at your your direct testimony concerning the reflection of the revenue collection lag days.
Yes.
In the CWC.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that you're recommending that the company use 2024 as the collection lag, for the collection lag days calculation as opposed to 2022, which is what they use. Is that-
They use 2023.
2023. Okay, so could you go into a little bit like the reasoning for using the 2024 versus the 2023?
Yes, I went into a discussion of what I believe Mr. Adams was referring to as an anomalous situation, and that is gas prices really started spiking at the end of 2021. They went from a pattern that they had been ranging in the $2 to $3 range ever since 2009, actually. And they spiked up to the $4 and $5 range at the end of 2021. Then they went up to $5 in 2022 and all the way up to $8 and ended 2022 at $5, which is 2 and 3 times the gas prices that are basically passed on to ratepayers through the fuel adjustment charge. Determined that, that was an anomalous situation. And so I asked the company to provide the 2024 data, because at the beginning of 2023, gas prices started going down. And I didn't say this in my testimony, but coal prices also went up in that same kind of time frame, and they came back down to some degree as well. But my testimony focused more on the gas prices. It impacts the gas division more because basically everything is purchased via gas purchases, whereas the electric generation is gas and coal and other sources, purchase power and that sort of thing. So I asked the company for 2024 data to see if the receivables balances in a weighted average situation was going down, as I expected that they would, because the revenues had went way up in 2022 and 2023. And so after about a 6-month period of those revenues going up, we could see that the receivables balances were still way up compared to the other periods that we had available. And so I recommended that for the lead lag study, that the collection days be based on the receivables data in 2024 as compared to 2023. Now, you wouldn't have to make the same kind of adjustment to any of the expense lag days, because there is no effect on the expense lag days for customer payments. That's all based on the payment patterns that the company has to its vendors. And with a company as the size of Duke, you wouldn't expect there to be any kind of change in payment patterns. And in fact, Mr. Adams didn't cite to any, even though he said, oh, you can't just take one on an island to itself without changing all of the dates for all of the data. I just don't agree with that.
Okay. All right. And so that kind of gets in my next question a little bit, but if you could just go into it. So the Adams, the witness for the applicant, basically says that in order to adhere to the matching principle, that the expense and I think it's the revenue lag days should also be changed to 2024 if the commission took your recommendation and used
There's in the lead lag study, there's nothing related to the matching principle. And he didn't cite to any differences that are there. basically, you've got customer payment patterns and you've got expense payment patterns that the company has. I said in my testimony that I'm not aware of any changes to the expense payment patterns for any other reasons than what Mr. Adams had put in his lead lag study. And he didn't cite to any either, other than to say, just generally, that the matching principle had to be adhered to. I've never heard that in relationship to a lead lag study.
Thank you.
The situation is, there's an anomalous situation with the payment pattern for customers that's not going to exist in the future. The payment pattern for all the payments to vendors, as far as we know, will exist in the future, and there's been no discussion about that.
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Mr.
I don't.
I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
Okay. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, Mr. Futrell. Next witness, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The Attorney General's Office calls their final witness to the stand, Mr. Richard Baldino.
And he is remote. Mr. Baldino, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good.
Chair, can you hear me?
I can, but maybe I need you to speak up just a bit.
Okay,
Or
I will
get
try
A
that.
little closer to your mic.
Sure.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Go.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Baldino, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant with J. Kennedy and Associates.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that direct testimony?
No, I do not.
Did you sponsor responses to both the commission staffs and Duke Kentucky's discovery requests in the pending case?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
And for Duke?
Thank you, Chair Hatton. I do have one document that I need to use with Mr. Bodino that I need to be able to show him, and I thought maybe I would just ask about the best way to do that. I can email it to council, or is there another way to share it with him while he's remote?
There is a way to share the contents of your screen with all of us. And generally, we arrange that in advance. So I don't think it's real difficult. Do you know how to do it, Ms. Go?
I do not. I've never
Because
shared
we're not
this.
logged
You, you could log into the conference and then share on the
Okay.
Teams meeting, and it would, at least the witness would be able to see it.
And then I have copies for everyone in the room, so I'm happy
Okay.
to do that as well.
So that sounds like it would work.
Yeah.
We'll give that a shot, and then we will make sure that everyone can see it, and then we'll proceed. I assume we need to just go off the record for a few minutes to allow you to get logged on. Do you have the link to log in? We'll get that for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And
Your
so
Honor,
let-
I don't know if it may, I have cross, I'm happy to go ahead and do my cross out of order if you'd like. Well, she gets logged in, or we can take a break. I just
If
wanna
we
let you
were in more of an all-fired hurry, I'd let you do that.
Fair
but I
enough.
think let's
Just wanted to offer.
We have about 3 more hours, and I think we can pull this off. So let's go off for just a few minutes to get this accomplished. counsel for Duke was about to share screen.
It'll be just a moment before we share screen, but we are ready to
Okay.
begin our cross-examination. Good afternoon, Mr. Baudino. I don't know if you
afternoon.
can see me on your screen. Liz Brahma with Taft on behalf of Duke Energy Kentucky. Can you see me okay?
You're not on the commission screen right now.
I don't know that you will.
They will be able to, okay. Well, we'll just have to go ahead. Oh, there we are for just, we'll do the best we can. If that's all right.
I can see you now.
I can see you just fine. I'd like to just start with a couple of grounding questions, if we could. I'd like to start with page 33 of your testimony in this proceeding. Do you have that available to you?
Yes.
And on table 1 of page 33 of your testimony, just to summarize very briefly, you indicate a range of DCF model results between 9.83% and 10.01%. Is that correct?
Well, let's see. Could you ask that question again? I'm not sure I quite follow the numbers. Maybe you could, if you would repeat, I'd appreciate it.
I would be happy to. So on page 33 of your testimony, table 1 is your summary of ROE estimates. Is that correct?
Right.
And if we look at the average of your DCF methodologies, we have 9.83% for method 1.
Correct.
And for method 2, we have 10.01%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the average of methods 1 and 2 is 9.92%. Correct?
Right.
Yep. And then on the same page, you also have a range for your CAPM analysis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have a number of different models there, and so we have a low of 8.34%, is that right?
Yes.
And a high of 10.75%.
Right.
And so your average CAPM results, is that an average of all of the results listed under your CAPM methodology in that table?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then to get to your recommended ROE, that's just an average of your CAPM and DCF results based on a simple average methodology. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Baudino, that market credit rating agencies and investors consider business risk and regulatory risk as well as investment risk when considering the credit ratings of a utility?
Yes. That's
And
right.
on page 46 of your direct testimony, if you'd like to turn to that, you discuss the consideration of specific risk factors.
Yes.
And you conclude on that page that, quote, "The commission need not adjust its ROE for risk factors specific to Duke, Kentucky." Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And I believe I was in agreement there with company witness Novak.
Okay. And does this mean that you conclude that Duke Energy Kentucky is approximately average risk as compared to other vertically integrated electric utilities?
I would say it's roughly the same in terms of required return as the proxy group that I used, which is very close to what Mr. Novak used with the addition of Duke Energy.
Okay. And could we turn to page 13 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And on page 13, lines 7 through 10 of your direct, you cite the average authorized ROEs for vertically integrated electric utilities. Is that correct?
That's right.
And the 2024 average authorized ROE for vertically integrated electric utilities was 9.84%. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this is 19 basis points above your recommendation of 9.65%. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And it's also 101 basis points below what the company's recommending, which is 10.85%.
That's correct. It's not what I asked, but that is a true statement. Now, in fact, ROEs for 2025 have climbed slightly higher than 9.84%. Is that correct, Mr. Baudino?
No.
Well, did you review Figure 1 of Mr. Novak's rebuttal testimony?
I did review that, but what I'm referring to is the most recent quarterly report from RRA, which shows the average allowed return for, among other things, vertically integrated utilities, and what RRA reported for January through March of this quarter is an average allowed return for vertically integrated utilities 9.83%. So it's really just about the same as it was for 2024.
You said through March of 2025, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and that's slightly different than what's in Mr. Novak's testimony at 9.87%, is that correct?
Well, yes, I don't know what he based his on, but I did say that this was from the RRA report.
Okay. Did you provide that RRA report with your testimony, Mr. Baudino?
No, this is something I've reviewed recently.
Okay. So, as we discussed a moment ago, your recommendation in this case is based on the mean of both your DCF and CAPM analyses, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that just mathematically speaking, if you had used the midpoint of your DCF analysis alone, the recommendation would have been at 9.92%?
Yes, I agree with that.
And on page 38 of your direct testimony here, let me know when you're there. I can't tell.
Sure. I'll tell you. Okay, I'm on page 38. Thanks.
Okay. And lines 13 through 15 there, you acknowledge that you agree with witness Novak, statements on page 31 to 32 of his direct testimony, that academic studies suggest investors base their investment decisions primarily on analysts' expectations of earnings growth. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And 3 of your 4 DCF analyses rely on earnings growth rates. Is that correct?
Right.
And would you agree that if we looked at the average of those 3 DCF analyses based on earnings growth rates, the average of those methods is 10.23% under method 1 and 10.27% under method 2?
I haven't made that calculation, so I can't say one way or the other if I agree with it.
So, but we could look at that and do that calculation based on your attachment RAB3 to your testimony, correct? You lay out the results of your 4 DCF analyses?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall your testimony in Duke Energy Kentucky's last electric retail rate case, Mr. Baudino?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is where I'm going to share my screen and ask that if we could please approach and pass out a document. Madam Chair, may we approach with some documents?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Baudino, we're trying to show you on the screen as best we can that this is your testimony from your direct testimony and exhibits in case number 2022-00372, which was the last Duke Energy Kentucky electric rate case. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do see it, and if it helps, I do have that testimony with me here as well.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Well, that solves for that problem potentially then. So could you turn to, first of all, I should just validate that this is in fact your direct testimony from the last proceeding, because I would like to enter it into the record in this proceeding.
Yes, I'll accept it, yes.
Move for admission of Duke, what we would mark as Duke Energy Kentucky Exhibit 1.
Any objections?
No objection.
Let it be heard.
So if we turn to page 3 of your testimony from the last case, Duke Energy Kentucky Exhibit 1. Do you have that, Mr. Baudino?
I do, I have that.
Okay, and we'll also share it on the screen as best we can, so let us know if you need us to move a cursor or anything like that. But in that case, you recommended that the commission here authorize an allowed ROE for Duke Kentucky of 9.55%, And you state, my recommendation is based on an ROE range of 9.48% to 9.58%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we look at page 29 of that same Exhibit 1, your testimony from the last case,
Did you say page 29?
correct, Table 1, page 29.
Okay, yes, I have that.
And if we look at that table, this is the summary of ROE results, similar to the table we looked at earlier from this case, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at the summary of your DCF results, we can see that the average of your DCF average growth rates methodology was 9.48%, which matches the low end of your range in that case, correct?
Right.
And the average of your median growth rates DCF analysis of 9.58% matches the high end of your range for ROE results in that analysis, in your last case, correct?
Right.
And so mathematically speaking, this is just a straight average of your DCF methodologies in that case.
Yes.
And so you did some CAPM methodologies, but again, mathematically, there's no averaging of CAPM results with your DCF results to arrive at your recommendations in that proceeding.
Yes, that's right. That recommendation falls within that range, certainly.
And so would you, in that case, your CAPM forward-looking market return, which is also on Table 1 of Duke Energy Kentucky Exhibit 1, the results of the CAPM was 12.48%. Is that right?
That's right.
And would you accept that the average of your CAPM results in that case were 9.82%, subject to check?
I would accept that, subject to check.
And if you had done in that case a simple average of your DCF averages and your CAPM averages, as you did here, that would have significantly increased your results in that case. Would you agree?
It would, but you know, as long as we're talking about this testimony, we should go ahead for completion, to make this complete, to go to my page 30 in that testimony. And beginning on line 9, I testified that regarding the CAPM results, the forward-looking CAPM ROE of 12.48% is implausibly high and represents an extreme outlier. Given these forecasts
Mr.
of long-run
Bardino, I didn't
GDP
ask you
growth.
if you're
Objection, counsel, Mr. Baldino should be allowed to finish his response.
Mr. Bardino is expanding well beyond the scope of my question, which was just asking mathematically what his results showed. His counsel can certainly follow up with redirect.
I'm going to allow him to finish his answer.
Thank you. I'll start again, because this sentence is very important. Regarding the CAPM results, the forward-looking CAPM ROE of 12.48% is implausibly high and represents an extreme outlier. This is due to an unsustainably high growth rate for the market of 11.58%. And I did go into detail why that is not, why that's implausible and why that's really not appropriate to use in a DCF calculation with a sustainable growth rate, because the 11.58 is not sustainable. So I think, you know, if we're going to go over my past testimony here, you really need to look at the context, and you need to look at my statements here about why I chose the numbers I did.
Well, certainly, Mr. Bardino, we are offering to put your entire piece of testimony from the last case into the record here. So anybody can have the opportunity to read that. But my questions here were about the specifics of how you did your methodology in that case versus this case. And here, if you had used your DCF averages alone in this case and not incorporated the CAPM, that would have put the range of your DCF results between 9.92 and 9.83%, correct?
That's correct if you just look at those numbers. And I explained also in my testimony in this case why I was concerned about very high consensus analyst forecast earnings growth rates, which by the analysis I put into my testimony here are also not sustainable. I nonetheless did use those, and they did figure in prominently to my recommendation, although in this case I did temper that somewhat with the CAPM results.
Yes, and we'll get to that in a moment, Mr. Bardino, but I think the point I'd like to make is You used the CAPM results in this case, and the effect of that was it served to reduce your DCF methodology results by averaging the two, correct?
Yes.
And in the last case where the CAPM would have increased your DCF range, you did not include it at all in your range of results, right?
Well,
It's just a yes or no
in
question,
fact,
Mr.
if you look,
Baldino.
in fact, if you look at the CAPM results in the last case, I gave my reasons why I thought the 12.48% was not plausible. And if you look at that range there, 8.3 to 10.02%, I mean, I would say if I averaged those in, those would have probably lowered my number, all other things being equal. I mean, so you have to look at that, as I said, you have to look at that whole analysis in context.
Mr. Bodino, is it fair to say you have some concerns about the CAPM methodology generally?
Yes.
And page, looking at your testimony in this current proceeding, page 22. And there you say on lines 14
I have
to
that.
15. I'm sorry, you are there?
Yes.
And there you say, there is some controversy surrounding the use of the CAPM and its accuracy regarding expected returns. There is substantial evidence that beta is not the primary factor for determining the risk of a security. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And on page 23 of your testimony in this proceeding,
Yes, I have that.
on lines 19 through 21, you say that in practice, the total market return and MRP estimates face limitations to estimation and ultimately their usefulness in quantifying the investor required CAPM ROE, correct?
Yes.
And then you also have concerns, as you mentioned, about the forward-looking MRP overstating long-term growth rates in comparison to the GDP, correct?
Yes.
And then you have concerns that the use of historical MRPs calculated over a long period of time may not reflect current investor expectations and requirements. Is that right?
That's right.
So basically, you have concerns about both the forward-looking and the historical market risk premiums resulting in your CAPM analysis. Is that right?
That's right, and that's why I also say it's a good thing to look at a number of different sources to try and estimate as best we can what that investor expected market risk premium would be. And really, I put in a number of different sources there. Mr. Novak for the company put in one. And I think that was the source of the overstatement for his CAPM analysis.
Okay, and in this case, you gave the same weight to the CAPM as you gave to your DCF results. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Please turn to page 18 of your direct testimony. In this proceeding, just to be clear.
Okay, I have that.
And turning to line 21,
Okay, I have that.
there you say that ROE analysis is a forward-looking process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you believe that to be an accurate statement?
Yes.
And it's also true, isn't it, Mr. Bodino, that historical growth rates may not accurately represent investor expectations for future dividend and earning growth?
Yes.
Okay. On page 25 of your direct testimony in this proceeding,
Okay, I have that.
at the top you state that the expected growth rate of 8.78% is likely overstated as a long-term constant growth rate for the market because it is, quote, substantially higher than the expected growth rate for the gross domestic product of the U.S., which is around 4.0%. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about the GDP growth rate for just a minute. Am I correct that the GDP reflects all the different market participants that affect the changes in the United States gross domestic product?
Yes.
And it's not limited to any one company, correct?
Right.
And it's not limited to any particular industry, such as utilities or even energy companies more broadly?
No, it is not limited in that way.
And some of those companies' growth will expand in the years ahead, whereas others will contract or disappear entirely. Is that fair?
Sure.
And the rates for individual companies will vary probably by company individually. Is that fair?
Well, they definitely would vary by company.
Yep. And that will be true among all the companies included in the GDP for as long as we have a market economy, correct?
I would agree with that.
And in fact, the long-term projection of a 4% long-term GDP isn't necessarily aligned to the next few years' rates from a rate case will be in effect, in any particular case. Is that fair?
Right. I think well, the forecasts that I referenced are probably within the next 10 years.
Okay. So as evidence of utility growth rates compared to GDP, on page 35 of your testimony, I'm going to give you a chance to get there.
Okay, I have that.
And on this page 35, you show proxy group energy company earnings and dividend growth over 5-year and 10-year historical periods, correct?
Right.
So these are historical periods, not forward-looking, right?
That's right.
And even within this historical data, if we look kind of holistically at the chart, we can see companies with 10-year growth rates as high as 11% and as low as 2%, correct?
Let's see, you're talking about earnings growth?
Earnings growth for 10 years, looking at, well, earnings and dividend growth over 10 years. There's a wide range of outcomes, I think, is really what
Sure.
we're trying to get at.
Yeah, well, there is. And if you look at that average number, of course, and the median number, you're ending up with 4.5 to about 5.4% average, excluding the negative, and 3.5 to 4.3 median.
Okay. And so when we're comparing this proxy group to the GDP, we're comparing a more limited group of energy companies to all of the different types of companies that ultimately make up the GDP. Is that right?
Could you repeat that question? I'm not sure I quite understood that.
That's okay. I think we can move on. I'd like to turn back to your CAPM analysis for just a moment in light of some of this discussion. If you could turn to page
Sure.
24.
Okay, I have that.
Is it correct, Mr. Baudino, that the growth rates for CAPM that you use are taken from Value Line?
Yes.
And Mr. Novak also used Value Line growth rates, correct?
Yes, but he used it in a different way from what I did. The growth rate I used was 3 to 5 year price appreciation for a potential for all the stocks in the Value Line universe. That was 40% over that time period. So it's a much more general measure of growth than what Mr. Nowak used. And I believe, if I recall his testimony correctly, he used Value Line growth rates in earnings for the companies in the Standard & Poor 500.
Thanks, Mr. Baudino, but really all I was trying to get at here is you both use Value Line data in some form, correct?
We both used Value Line data in some form, and I was just pointing out the differences in what that was.
Okay. And the table we had just looked at on page 35 of your testimony showing earnings and dividend growth rates comes from Value Line, right?
Page 35?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just
Hold
was
on.
reminding you of the table we just looked at.
Okay. The historical growth rates for the companies in the proxy group you're referring to.
Yes.
Yes, those come from Value Line.
Okay. So on page 18 of your direct testimony,
Okay, I have that.
and there you say that Value Line is a widely used and respected source of investor information. It provides both historical and forecasted information on a number of important data elements. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Value Line neither participates in financial markets as a broker nor works for the utility industry in any capacity of which I am aware. Is that also true?
Yes.
So you consider Value Line to be unbiased toward outcomes in utility matters?
I do.
And are they a reasonable, are they a valid source of information about investors' expectations for growth?
Yes, certainly. You see the Value Line investment survey used by many analysts in in the ROE realm here in regulation. So yes.
Okay, and you say that Value Line ultimately is a trusted source of information to investors, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So I'd like you to turn to page 37 of your direct testimony in this proceeding.
Okay, I have that.
And then you say, on lines 10 to 11, specific to Mr. Novak's DCF results, you say that his DCF results are fairly similar to yours. Is that correct?
Fairly similar, with the difference being that he did not use forecasted dividend growth rate.
Okay,
And he and I have a disagreement on that point.
I understand. And we discussed earlier that the average of your DCF methods is 9.92%, correct?
Right.
And the average of his DCF methods alone is 10.15%, correct?
I don't have that in front of me, but I will accept that subject to check.
Okay. And would you accept that a rough average of your DCF results of 9.92 and his of 10.15 would result in an ROE of roughly 10%?
Arithmetically, that's right.
All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, and moving to joint interveners.
The questions, Your Honor.
I do briefly.
I keep saying joint interveners, you guys are not
That's
joint
okay.
interveners.
We don't dislike each other. It's okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Baldino. It's Carrie Grunman on behalf of Walmart. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I do want to ask a couple clarifying questions. Can I ask you to go back to what's been marked as Duke Energy Kentucky Exhibit 1, your testimony from the last rate case?
Okay, I have that.
And I'm back on page 29. And if you could
Okay, if you
have...
can, hold on, if you can just give me a minute to get there.
I'm going to ask you to pull up two documents at the same time. So I want to look at Table 1 from your 2022 testimony. And I want to make sure I can compare it to Table 1 in your 2020, in your current testimony, which is at page 33.
Okay, I have both of those.
Okay. So let's start with your current testimony, okay?
Okay.
When it comes to that, the 9.33% average CAPM results, do you see that on page 33 of Table 1?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand. Essentially what you did is you added up the 9.75 from the forward-looking market return, the 10.75 from the arithmetic mean for the historical risk premium, the 9.87 for the supply side MRP, 9.08 from the supply side less WWI bias, 9.24 for the IESE, 8.82 from the KMPG, 8.82 from the Kroll, and the 8.34 from the Damodaran MRP, and then you just essentially divided that by 8, and that arrives at 9.33. Is that correct?
That's what Excel did for me.
Okay.
But it basically averaged those numbers, yes.
Understood. So then if we could look on page 29 of your testimony from 2022, you went through some questions with counsel for the company about what you did and did not do in 2022 compared to the current testimony. And because this testimony has been admitted, I just want to walk through the exercise of confirming if we were to do the same thing. I want to confirm what we would look at based upon your analysis. And if we were going to conduct and calculate the average of the CAPM results from the 2022 case, am I correct that we would add up the 12.48 from the forward-looking market return, the 10.02 from the arithmetic mean, the 9.25 supply side MRP, 9.06 from Kroll, and 8.30 from Damodaran? Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And so if we did that math, we could determine what that would have come out to had you proposed it in that case.
Yes.
Okay. Then you also, you were discussing, ironically, counsel for the company and I did not discuss the pages of your testimony we wanted to ask about, but they're very similar. Can I ask you to take a look at page 13 of your testimony in this case?
Okay, I have that.
And you had some discussions about what average ROEs are for vertically integrated utilities through the first quarter of 2025. And that
Right.
number is somewhere around 9.85. Not exactly, whether you use numbers from Company Witness NOAC or the numbers you said that you recently looked at. We're looking at about 9.85, correct?
It's around there, yes.
And
Give or take a couple of basis points.
I agree with you. And so it's fair to say, though, that these numbers are substantially below the 10.85% requested by the company. Is that correct?
Well, yes, about 100 basis points.
And are you aware, as we sit here today, based upon your expertise, are you aware of any cases where a commission has, from one rate case to the next, increased a company's ROE by over 100 basis points, barring something absolutely material happening to the utility?
I'm not aware of that, no.
And you reviewed, well, no, scratch that. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And staff.
No questions.
Commissioner Regan. And I don't have questions either. Redirect.
No redirect, Chair.
Okay. Any reason why Mr. Baldino could not be excused then today? All right. Thanks so much, Mr. Baldino. You're welcome to watch if you'd like, but otherwise you're excused.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So the next, just because was next on my list, and I think maybe there's a flight we're worried
She's
about.
fine.
Yeah,
We're
but-
fine whether he's available, if Mr.
I-
Bieber, who appears to be on, is on.
Yeah, I had Walmart listed to call witness next. if that's-
I see Mr. Bieber's on. I'm happy to go ahead and get our electronic witness done. It's fine by me.
Is
She
that what
can't
you'd like to do,
leave
Mr.
without
Bain?
me, so we rode together.
That would be great.
Interesting strategy. Mr. Yeah, Mr. Bain, if you'd like to call your witness then.
Thank you. Mr. Bieber, are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Bieber. Can you please, or Kroger calls Justin Bieber.
Okay. Mr. Bieber, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah, you may lower your hand. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Justin Bieber, and my business address is 111 East Broadway Street, Suite 1200, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84111.
Okay, you may ask, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bieber.
Good afternoon.
Did you cause to be filed direct testimony on behalf of the Kroger Company in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Bieber is available for cross-examination.
Okay, and any questions from Duke?
Just one question for Mr. Bieber. Good afternoon, Mr. Bieber. Valerie Herring, appearing on behalf of Duke Energy Kentucky. Is it your understanding that during cross-examination today, company witness Bruce Sailors offered a proposal related to modifications for the rate design for rate DS?
Yes.
And are those modifications agreeable to Kroger?
Yes, they are.
No further questions?
Okay. Moving on then to any questions from Attorney General?
No questions, Chair.
And from Walmart?
No questions.
From staff?
Just one question, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bieber.
Good
I'm looking at your direct testimony, page 18, lines 12 through 15.
Okay.
And in those lines, if you could just read 12 through 15.
Therefore, I propose moderate adjustments to the DS rate design that move toward aligning rates with the underlying costs while also minimizing inter-class rate impacts that could result from a more significant shift to cost-based rates at this time.
For my question, I'd just like you to elaborate on the how, in your recommendation, would inter-class rate impacts be minimized?
So under my recommendation, I was increasing the demand charge to recover the demand-related costs. However, my recommendation did not increase it to recover 100% of the demand-related costs. It moved roughly halfway between the proposed rate design and what would have been necessary to recover 100% of the demand-related costs. So in that way, in making gradual partial movement as opposed to moving completely towards what I would consider a cost-based rate, that would mitigate the intra class, rate impacts for customers on this rate schedule DS.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Commissioner Regan?
I did not have any.
And I don't have questions either. Redirect.
Yes, just very briefly. Mr. Bieber, you discussed with counsel for Duke and with staff, well, I guess more counsel for Duke, the sort of alternative proposal of Mr. Saylor's testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then with commission staff, you discussed the rationale for your DS rate design proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does the alternative proposal of Duke through Mr. Saylor's, does that achieve a sort of a similar objective to what you were concerned about in your direct testimony?
Yes, it does. And that is the reason that I agree with it.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay. Any recross? All right. Any reason why Mr. Bieber could not be excused? In that case, thank you, Mr. Bieber. You're welcome to listen in if you'd like. Otherwise, you're excused.
Thank you very much.
All right. And finally, Walmart, if you'd like to call your witness.
Yes, Walmart calls Lisa Perry.
Ms. Perry, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thanks. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Lisa V. Perry, and my business address is 2608 Southeast J Street, Bentonville, Arkansas, 72716.
Okay, Council.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Perry, can you please identify by whom you were employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Walmart, Inc., and I'm the Director of Regulatory.
And did you cause to be filed in this case direct testimony?
Yes.
And did you sponsor discovery requests in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that direct testimony or your discovery responses?
No, I do not.
Would you like to adopt the direct testimony filed in this case as your direct testimony in this matter?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, Ms. Perry is available for cross-examination.
Okay, applicant.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Perry. I don't think we've met yet. My name is Liz Brahma. I'm with the Taft Law Firm here on behalf of Duke Energy Kentucky, and I have some hopefully brief questions for you today. In looking at your testimony on page 10, you discussed that you reviewed authorized electric ROEs for vertically integrated electric utilities from 2022, 2023, and 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on page 13 of your direct testimony, starting at line 9, the question is Walmart recommending that the commission be bound by ROEs authorized by other state regulatory commissions? Is that right?
That is correct.
And your statement is no, decisions of other state regulatory commissions are not binding on the commission. Additionally, each state regulatory commission considers the specific circumstances of each case in its determination of the proper ROE. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. In your testimony, you did not provide a comparison of the risks of Duke Energy Kentucky relative to any other vertically integrated electric
No, I did
companies. Okay. And you have, did you compare any other factors that may increase or decrease investor requirements for equity in relation to Duke Energy Kentucky?
You know, I think the only other factors that I mentioned that could affect the ROE and the risk is listed on page 14 of my testimony, which is the use of a forecasted test year, which would reduce regulatory lag. But other than that, there are no other ones.
And you did not provide a comparison of how many other utilities, vertically integrated electric utilities, also have a forecasted test year in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Did you provide in your testimony in this proceeding any analysis of how capital market conditions have changed since 2022?
No, I have not.
Did you analyze or discuss in your testimony the fact that the 30-day Treasury yields have increased from below 2% in January of 2022 to roughly 5% as of the last few days?
No, that's not discussed.
And you did not perform in your testimony any market analyses such as a DCF, CAPM, risk premium, or expected earnings analysis in the current environment as compared to 2022 or 2023, correct?
Correct.
Or for 2024, for that matter?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to take a look at, I'm gonna have you look at your testimony in a couple different places, and, but on page 4 of your LV, it's actually exhibit LVP 2, page 4.
Okay. I have my LVP too. I don't believe I have it, and I have no idea why.
I think I have copies of it.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Actually, I do. Hold on. This is what you're looking at, correct?
Correct, that is right.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, do you have it there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm on the last, what I believe is the last page of LVP 2.
Okay, so page 4.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so you identify on this page that the source of the data in your exhibit LVP2 is S&P Global Market Intelligence, is that right?
That is correct.
And in preparing your testimony, you last updated this table based on reported cases from S&P as of January 8th, 2025, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to walk through this page briefly. Starting at, here you have on this page overall averages, and then you have some data for 22, and then 2023, and then 2024. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. And in 2022, the average approved ROE, according to your data, was 9.45%. Is that correct?
For all utilities, yes.
Yes. And that's not just vertically integrated electric utilities, right?
That also includes distribution only.
Okay. And so the vertically integrated only is 9.60%.
Correct.
Okay. And then in 2023, the commission, at the time that, of the commission last set the ROE for Duke Energy, the vertically integrated electric utility average was 9.71%. Is that right?
That is correct.
And of course, at that time, the commission set, or based on, in 2023, the commission set the ROE just slightly above what turned out to be the average for 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in 2023, in 2023, the average was, had increased about 11 basis points from 2022. Is that correct?
It appears so.
Okay. And in 2024, average ROEs for vertically integrated electric utilities were 9.85%. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you consider all of the companies to be vertically integrated that were included on page 12 of your direct testimony?
Is that with the graph?
Correct.
Yes, that should just be the vertically integrated.
Okay. And are you aware, Ms. Perry, that Green Mountain Power Corporation, which is at the very bottom of your list,
Okay.
are you aware that Green Mountain Power is not vertically integrated because it does not own any active electric generation?
I was not aware of that. When I choose the vertically integrated, I rely upon S&P as they identify vertically versus distribution only.
Okay. And you're aware, though, that witnesses Colin and Mr. Novak both calculated the average to be slightly different than your number?
No, I do not recall that.
Okay. We're now in 2025. Is that's obvious? And it is your recommendation at this time that the commission establish Duke Energy's ROE based on the average from the last rate case?
I believe, go back, my recommendation is that it would be no higher than that number, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And so you don't take into account any data from 2024 or 2025 in reaching that conclusion mathematically, do you?
No, I don't.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Let's see, next Attorney General.
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Bay?
Just a few, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Perry.
Hi, good afternoon.
Just want to ask you about your EV charging rate proposal.
Yes.
On page 28, you state that Walmart currently hosts more than 1,200 DCFCs across 43 states. Are these are third-party charging companies?
Yes, they are third-party owned, where Walmart is the site host.
Okay, but Walmart is intending to build their own EV fast charging stations, correct?
That is correct.
Now, are you familiar with Commission Case 2018-00372? This was the case where the Commission determined that fast charging, or that charging stations are not utilities.
I'm not specifically aware of that, but I know that there are a lot of those similar cases throughout the U.S.
Yes, and so the Commission doesn't consider a charging station utility, but the charging station is still affected by the price of power, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Because even though you're providing charging services, would you agree that maybe even the bulk of the costs are the cost of the energy and capacity that you're getting through Duke, is that correct?
I don't know if I would use the word bulk, because we have the cost of the chargers themselves, of course, in the capital outlay, but, it's just anything else. I mean, we're buying the electricity from Duke, and then we would be reselling it to the person who's actually using the charger. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that answers my question. Maybe you can't answer this, but does Walmart typically sell power through the charging stations at a loss, or do they try to break even?
Well, as far as the ones that we own, we have 2 pilot sites that have been in operation for about 2 years, and then I believe we have 2 more that are about to go live. So we are very new into this industry, and so, I mean, certainly, as with any industry, your goal is to make a profit, but, we're still learning from our chargers, and I honestly, personally do not even know, what the economics are for the ones that we currently have operational, and if I did, it would be confidential information.
So the crux of your argument is that let me back up. Do you know what rate schedule the chargers are on for the current sites in the Duke Energy territory?
Well, right now, we don't have any that we own, and I don't even know if any of the 1,200 are currently in Duke's Kentucky service territory. So that means the ones, we don't have any in their service territory right now.
Have you reviewed Duke's tariffs to try to figure out what's the likely rate schedule that they would be on?
We have looked at some of the ones that they do have, and I know that Mr. Sailors had mentioned a couple in his rebuttal, and after reviewing them, we did not feel that they would work appropriately for chargers.
Since a EV charging station is selling power that they purchase from Duke to an end user, you would agree that would be inappropriate for there to be any discount below what a normal customer would pay for that power, correct?
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by discount. I mean, certainly, we are not advocating for subsidization of any rate from other customers. So no, I would not think it would be appropriate to intentionally discount that rate.
Going back to your previous response, when you say that the rate schedules that you've reviewed wouldn't be, I can't remember the words you used, but that they essentially wouldn't work for a charging station. I'm trying to figure out how the commission could approve a rate that was different than that rate, that wouldn't be a subsidization, that would work.
So and we've talked to quite a few utilities and how to get this right. So the problem with the existing rates is the demand charge. And so, if you have someone who comes and uses one of our chargers once in the month, they're gonna pay for the actual use of the electricity. We're gonna pay for that electricity that they used, but then they've also now triggered a demand charge. And so we have that additional charge. And so the overall economics can make it to where what we paid for the electricity was actually more than what the customer paid us to use it. So what we look for is an energy-only rate, but in trying to get it right so that you don't have cross-subsidization is recovering what you normally would recover through the demand charge and then just moving it to the energy charge so that the tariff is recovering what it needs to cover its costs. It's just doing it through a volumetric charge.
Right, so sort of like a residential type rate.
Exactly.
But in the situation where you have a fast charger that's only being used once a month, it seems like an energy-only rate for that would be astronomical, right? If you tried to recover all of the demand costs through that one charge.
And it depends on where that rate gets set. And that's also going to be a function of how much the power costs from the utility. Our experience is that, this is a new industry, and we're all trying to learn from it. And in the beginning, how the fueling habits of a typical EV owner is going to look different than a gas-powered vehicle, right? Because you can charge at home, you can do things we can't normally do. And so we're going to learn about the usage patterns. And what we found is, once you get to a certain usage, about a 15% load factor, then you're actually better to go back on a traditional rate with a demand charge. But until you get that, while you have that low usage, the energy-only rate just works out better. Now, can they make the energy rate so high that even that's uneconomical? Yes. But typically we found that, when utilities are creating these tariffs, they're able to find a rate that they feel can work for the EV charging industry so that we can, third parties will invest in EV chargers and also recover the cost for that class.
Why is it Duke's responsibility to design the rate that your customer would pay? It seems like the easiest solution would be for Walmart or whoever the EV charger is just to pay the normal Duke rate, and then you could design the way that you recover it from your charging customer any way you want.
Because I think at some point, I mean, if we're trying to recover the energy and the demand, it's gonna make the price so high for the customer. I mean, the whole point of this is to encourage EV adoption. So if you have the cost to charge your car at such an astronomically high rate, people are not going to adopt EVs. I mean, you have to keep it, I would think, at least on parity, if not better than buying a gasoline.
Then aren't we just back to the subsidization problem? If you're saying that the way that it's being billed, if you just get on, say, the DS rate or some Duke rate, that if that's gonna make the price too high for the end user, then shouldn't that be absorbed by Walmart and not by Duke?
Well,
The delta there?
It's not really a matter of being absorbed. I mean, I think, you know, like what some utilities are doing is they're saying, okay, we think this is the revenue requirement that this tariff should recover to cover the costs. And they put that in a volumetric charge. And then some even, you know, have annual reports that they provide to the commission and commission staff to say, okay, were we right? Because, you know, like I said, it's such a young industry and there's not a lot of data to go off of. It's just trying to make sure that as it matures, we get more data, then, you know, they can look and analyze and monitor, you know, these tariffs and see if they make sense. And these tariffs may be transitory. You know, as the industry continues to evolve and grow, then at some point, you know, maybe they become their own rate class and they just get, you know, pulled into the cost of service study. It's just trying to figure out how to get the public EV charging industry off the ground so that people will feel more comfortable to buy EVs. Because there's range anxiety, right? I mean, if you don't, we're used to having gas stations everywhere, but there's not EV chargers everywhere. And so, you know, in some states, they actually allow a little subsidization because they realize that this needs to get done in order to get the EV adoption where we would like it to be. And so it just depends on how you look at it. Some states say we don't want any subsidization, and so we try to, you know, design tariffs that hopefully don't do that. But yes, I mean, there may be some monitoring that you need to do to make sure that you've gotten it right, and maybe some adjusting.
So you're, just to be sure, your position is that you are proposing subsidization, but only until the EV charging infrastructure is built out?
I wouldn't say that I'm proposing subsidization. I think that there's probably a little more leniency in trying, especially in the beginning, to get it right. Because like I said, the data isn't always there to know exactly what the revenue requirement should be. I mean, we're always, you know, advocating for cost-based rates. But recognizing that this industry is so young that we may not get it perfect in the beginning. But it doesn't mean that we can't get there, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't start trying to get these tariffs in place.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay, and staff?
Just a couple questions. So I'm looking at your direct testimony, page 26, concerning the 75 megawatt threshold versus the 20 megawatt threshold.
Yes.
So my question is just essentially how you came to the 75 megawatt number, and if you could just explain that.
So looking at basically what we are doing, mainly with our distribution centers, and the load that we know that they will be bringing onto the system over time, especially as we add in automated equipment, we start adding in charging for our own fleet vehicles. It was really, you know, making sure that this tariff wouldn't inadvertently, you know, bring in customers, you know, like Walmart, who they didn't necessarily intend to bring in. And so that's where we came up with our 75 megawatt, is we felt like that was a safe ceiling for us based on, you know, what our efforts are, which is what we know.
Okay. And then just one more question. For the issue of the EV charging rates, I believe in your testimony you recommend the commission order a meeting for that Duke Kentucky meet with its stakeholders.
Yes.
To have those discussions. Is that still your recommendation?
Yes.
And what exactly would you expect that to look like, or that process to be?
We've done it with other utilities, and generally, the utility will notify everyone who is in the case, anybody who wants to participate, and, we'll set up a meeting, whether it's once a month, once every couple of months. And we just we're talking through one right now where they've looked at other states, and they said, hey, they've got these 4 different EV rate basic designs, is there any one that you like, dislike, and you just kind of work it through like any other stakeholder process. And then typically the commission requires, to come back within 6 months or a year, whenever, to say, okay, if you can give us, progress on how this is going, and that's how I've seen it done so far.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Reyes.
Just to follow up,
Yes.
what has been the experience in these discussions? Are people sharing openly? Do you have engineers in there? Who's all involved in these conversations?
Typically it's going to be the EV charging companies. So like a Walmart, you'll have like Charge Points, Electrify America, those who are actually wanting to also invest in putting more EV chargers across the US. And so that's typically who we see in these, plus the utility, of course. And then sometimes you'll see staff, also commission staff, and then a consumer advocate.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions. Redirect?
No, no redirect.
In that case, no recross. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right, Ms. Perry, thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Let's talk about exhibits for a minute, make sure we've moved to admit everything that we wanted to admit. I have Walmart's Exhibit 1.
That's all.
Was there more than one?
No.
I have Duke Energy of Kentucky's Exhibit 1.
Correct.
That's it?
That's all.
Okay. And then the other 2 that we marked and questioned about, nobody ever moved to admit.
I need to admit.
Okay. Easy enough. Any motions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Staff, can you issue written summary of requests by Friday, May 30th?
Yes.
Okay. And
I apologize,
assuming,
Chair.
Mhm.
What was the day for the post-hearing discovery? Is that what you were just talking
Mhm.
about?
yep, summary of requests by May 30th.
May 30th.
And if they get it out by May 30th, is 2 weeks enough to answer, June 13th?
I don't know if there were any posed to the AG, but if so, yes. We had some post-hearing discovery, so I wanted to make sure I got that deadline to issue.
Yep. The 30th, is that doable for you?
Yes.
Okay. And then June 13th?
Your Honor, we
Answers?
could probably turn them around faster if,
You're welcome to.
okay. So perhaps, depending on how many, June 6th?
Our orders due October 2nd, so we won't be in that big a hurry, but if you want to get them in sooner, you sure can. But I think I'm gonna leave the deadline on the 13th. Okay, and then for anyone wishing to submit a brief, I would suggest simultaneous initial brief on the 13th of June.
On June 13th?
Mm-hmm.
Can we do Monday the 16th, just to have a little few extra days?
I don't have a problem with that. The staff know of a reason that would be an issue.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna say Monday, June 16th, which is an extra weekend. That was my wedding anniversary. I get briefs. For my wedding anniversary gift, excellent. And then simultaneous response. I did have by the 20th, but I'm willing to give a few extra days there. Simultaneous response by, I'm not looking at a calendar for days of the week, but
It would be the 23rd if you're doing the
23rd?
same. June 23rd is a Monday,
That's a
which would be a
weekend?
week.
okay.
Okay.
Simultaneous response briefs by June 23rd. And again, our final order is due on October 2nd. Anything else we need to take up? All right. In that case, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.